Okay, good morning, everybody. We'll get started. Welcome to meeting number 3 of the Santee Cooper Integrated Resource Plan. I'm Stuart Ramsey, Vanry Associates. My colleagues, Peter Claghorn and Beth Smith, will be helping me facilitate the meeting today. Can we go ahead and put up the presentation, please? Great. Hopefully everybody can see the presentation just fine. If not, let us know in the Q&A. So good morning all. I hope everybody's ready for a good day. As I said, I'm Stuart Ramsey. Next slide. So, looking at the registration list, I realized that most of you have been in the previous meetings. So several of the things that I'm going to cover this morning are probably just simple reminders for you all. So as was the pattern in meetings 1 and 2, we're hoping for a respectful dialogue. We had that experience in the last 2 meetings, and I expect that we'll find the same in today's meeting. Just a reminder, all questions and comments are public. We do that for a couple of reasons, primarily transparency of questions and answers. So all of you will be able to see all of the questions that are asked in the Q&A, and you'll all be able to see all of the answers that are asked as well. They'll also all be made available through the summary of the meeting or the meeting notes. Santee Cooper's done a good job of assembling its internal and some external experts for today's meeting, but they're all the folks who work in IRP. So we really would like to limit the questions and comments to IRP related topics, mostly because we may not have the technical experts to answer questions on non-IRP topics. We did collect everybody's email as part of the registration process. Just wanted to remind you and reassure you that that email list is not made public. It's used, the sole purpose for that email list is IRP related communications from Santee Cooper or Vanry in support of Santee Cooper's IRP. Next slide. So the value of this process is your participation. So please feel free to ask questions. We use this format. It seems to work quite well. It allows people to ask questions while the presentations are going on. You don't have to, you don't have to wait for a pause or wait for the speaker to catch their breath. We've asked that you use the Q&A function. So it's if you don't see it, it should be in the 3 dots Q&A, and you can type in your questions there. The folks in the back room will review those questions and get answers back to you as the presentations are going along. It may be that some of those questions I'll ask the presenter that live. Often I'll read the question for the sake of anybody joining on the phone. If you'd like a chance to speak or ask a question live, feel free to raise your hand, and I will call on you to ask your question and make your comment. As soon as we get a break, we'll make sure your mic is free for you to unmute and go ahead and speak. The chat function is disabled. We'd like to have all the questions come through the Q&A, and so we disable the chat function to avoid confusion. So, next slide, please. So what are we here to do today? We're going to be reviewing supporting studies and major assumptions used for Santee Cooper's 2023 IRP. So again, love to have your questions, your input, your feedback. It's been a great stakeholder group. You've honored the request for questions and input, and we genuinely appreciate that. And hopefully, you'll see that your input from the previous meetings is being reflected in what is being presented today. Next slide, please. So today's presenters, you're going to hear from Eileen Wallace. She'll talk about resource planning. You'll hear from Greg McCormick, Patricia Housand, Chris Wagner. You're going to hear a lot of my voice, unfortunately for you. You'll hear from Bob Davis from Infront Consulting, Jim Herndon, and Nick Wintermental. So for those of you that have attended the previous meetings, I think you'll be familiar with these speakers, and most of the topics today are a continuation of the discussions that we've had previously. So now move from talking about possibilities to seeing more of the results of the analysis. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read the entire list, but this is a sample. It's of the stakeholders that have been registered. There's a few more that got registered in the last few days that may not have made it to the list. We'll make sure that the list of registered stakeholders is updated for the summary meeting notes, so you'll all know who was here. Next slide, please. So just a couple of things we wanted to recap. We, at the end of each meeting, Vanry reminds you about a post-meeting survey. We send it out. We appreciate the fact that this group has been quite responsive. We've had a high uptake on the post-meeting survey. Those have been very helpful for Vanry as well as for Santee Cooper in making sure we're focusing the meetings on what matters to the stakeholders. So, just a quick summary of the feedback that we heard. Meetings were valuable and worth the time commitment. There was satisfaction with the level of detail, the ability to provide input, and the balance between presentations and Q&A. And we did get some feedback that the meetings might be a little too long. So we're trying to focus on that as well. We also learned that there's interest among the stakeholders in detailed descriptions of how the IRP analysis will be conducted. So you'll see a little bit more of that today. More use of layman's terms to support stakeholder understanding. I think you're going to see a bit more of that today as well. And potentially shortening these meetings or splitting them over 2 days at different times. So that is something, we didn't do it for this meeting, but that is something that Vanry and Santee Cooper have been discussing. How would we make that work effectively for the stakeholders? So today we're going to manage the presentation time and the overall meeting length. It's challenging. There's a lot of material to cover. IRPs require a wide variety of input and analysis, and with the addition of distributed energy resources, there's the analysis gets more and more complex. So it is tough to condense it, and so we're trying to find the balance between having a compact meeting and not overwhelming stakeholders or jamming so much in that you don't have an opportunity to absorb it or interact with it. So we'll try to find that balance, and hopefully you'll give us feedback on how well we're doing there. We are continuing to balance presentations and Q&A. So we're making, I'm going to make sure that we pause and catch our breath and allow people to ask questions if they like. We plan to include details regarding assumptions and methodologies. So I think you'll see more of that today as I reviewed the materials for today. It's clear to me that the speakers are all trying to be responsive to that request. We ask it, for you to speak up if the conversation is excessively technical. Again, it's difficult material, and if you don't understand it, something we're saying, there's a really good probability that other people in the audience may not understand it. I've been in this business a long time, and sometimes I look at the material and I'm not always sure I understand it. So I ask questions when I'm not sure. Please feel free to do the same. Next slide. So just our agenda, I'm going to turn it over to Rahul in a minute to do some opening remarks. We'll have a quick recap again of stakeholder feedback, discuss the load forecast, the update. You'll see more information there, the DSM forecast update. I'm going to talk more about the reserve margin analysis, effective load carrying capability analysis, and the updates on the solar integration studies. As promised, we're going to talk about transmission system considerations. You'll hear more details today about what's surfacing in the major assumptions. And then we'll wrap up the day with the discussion of how the portfolios will be evaluated. And we'll leave a little bit of time at closing to see if any stakeholders have any comments, closing questions, or suggestions for Santee Cooper between now and the next meeting. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Rahul.
Thank you, Stuart. And good morning to all participants. I'm Rahul Dembla, Senior Director of Financial and Resource Planning. I welcome you to our third IRP stakeholder meeting, and thank you for your interest and participation in our integrated resource planning process. We appreciate the valuable input we have received throughout the process. Your feedback is critical in helping us shape our resource plan by balancing considerations for system reliability, environmental responsibility, cost, and risks. We request and encourage your continued participation. As background, Santee Cooper's 2019 reform plan introduced a new resource roadmap designed to transform and diversify our resource mix. We also adopted a set of resource planning principles to guide our planning. We shared our core planning principles during our first stakeholder session. By adhering to these principles, we seek to provide affordable and competitive service to our customers, preserve excellent reliability, and reduce our carbon footprint. We understand the future is uncertain and the need to take a long-term view. Our planning principles provide us the framework to ensure that our resource strategy is robust and it can deliver under a wide range of future conditions and assumptions. Today, we will review the feedback we received since our second stakeholder meeting. We will then have a discussion on major assumptions and studies that will be used in developing the 2023 IRP. An exact date has not yet been established for the fourth stakeholder meeting, in which we will share preliminary results and the analytical work that will begin soon. We are targeting for this meeting to be held later this year. We have assembled a strong team and developed a process that will encourage and facilitate stakeholder involvement and produce a robust IRP. This process is about working together, and we are depending on your participation to ensure we produce a strong plan. I would like to acknowledge our largest customer, Central Electric Power Cooperative, and our municipal customers for their participation in our IRP process. I would also like to extend my gratitude to those who are representing our directly served residential, commercial, and industrial customers. Together, they represent approximately 2 million South Carolina energy customers, Thank you for investing your time and effort in this critical process. I'll now turn things over to Eileen Wallace, who will be covering the stakeholder feedback.
Looks like Eileen's mic is giving her a little bit of trouble. Just bear with us a second. Can't hear you. I can see you, Eileen, and it says your mic is unmuted on my side. I'm not sure what the issue is. Sorry, folks. You never know with the different platforms. So just bear with us a second.
Okay, I'm on a different computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. Sorry about that.
That's all right. You had the Monday computer trying to work on a Tuesday, right?
On a Tuesday.
Well, it's good to see
Good
you,
morning.
Eileen.
Good to see you, Stuart. Good morning, everybody. And like Raul, I want to start by thanking all stakeholders for your participation. We value the input and the feedback that we have received from you. Working collaboratively with all interested parties ensures a comprehensive and a balanced resource plan for all Santee Cooper stakeholders. I encourage you to continue to supply us with input and feedback throughout the IRP process. For those who participated in the last stakeholder session, you will notice we have been working on refining our assumptions and IRP process in response to the interaction we have had and feedback we are receiving and did receive during the session. Following today's session, we will begin the analytical phase of the IRP study. Utilizing the assumptions being discussed and presented today. Please share your thoughts throughout today's session. Hearing from you now will allow us to stay on schedule and manage the IRP process as efficiently as possible. Moving to the specific feedback received, this slide summarizes links to industry documents and resources submitted through the Q&A during stakeholder session 2. The topics cover a range of items from microgrids, demand response valuation, and grid charging for electric vehicles. We have received the links and will incorporate findings in developing our IRP. Thank you for this feedback and information. This slide covers topics submitted after stakeholder session 2 to the input and feedback form available on Santee Cooper's IRP webpage. The link to the form is shown on the top of this slide in blue font. The topics are diverse and cover many different aspects of developing an IRP, ranging from new resource option considerations, portfolio development, metrics to evaluate portfolios, forced outage rates, climate change impacts, coal retirement analysis, and transmission system impacts. Thank you for this input. We take your feedback seriously and have considered all topics on this slide. Each will be addressed in the presentation today. Please continue to supply us with your input and feedback. We look forward to the discussion today. Now I'll turn it over to Greg McCormick, who will be presenting the final load forecast results.
Hey, Greg.
I think so. Good morning. Can you hear me?
I can. Your name says Wayne, but I know you're Greg, so everybody can just say hi to Greg. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Greg McCormick, Senior Manager of Financial Forecast, which is the area responsible for developing the load forecast at Santee Cooper. I'm going to provide a short update on the results of our most recent forecast, which, as Eileen mentioned, we have now completed. Can you go to that slide, please? This slide provides a quick refresher on the process we use. We start at the beginning of each year gathering information and preparing ourselves for March, which is really when the forecast kicks off. It's when we start receiving the economic data so that we can begin updating our statistically adjusted end use models. Our primary consultant, GDS Associates, who you've heard from, is responsible for developing and maintaining those models with input from Santee Cooper. We also begin working with our customer service and distribution system folks at that time because they can provide a lot of additional context for the economic data that we then incorporate into our forecast. At the same time, we begin working with Central Electric and their staff as they develop their forecast, and they use a very similar process to what we use. We begin this work early and we meet with them often during this time in order to coordinate our forecast where we can, and also to try and identify any concerns early. Things like, where they have economic data and we have economic data, we want to make sure that it's consistent economic data. It also helps us to, work together and validate our models earlier for that consistency. Of course, like Santee Cooper, central staff works with the individual cooperatives, and they use that knowledge to inform their forecast in the same way we do. So that brings us to our presentation today. In late May or early June, we typically finalize our forecast, and then we immediately begin to develop the sensitivities. And so we're going to provide you the results of those today. Next slide, please. Circling back to the beginning of the IRP process, we wanted to remind everyone that we have shared with you thus far today. I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Can I take 1 second, Stuart? Okay, sorry about that. So circling back to the beginning of the IRP process, we just wanted to kind of remind everybody what we've shared with you thus far and what we have left to discuss. So back at the very first meeting in March, we provided a detailed discussion of our territory and the customers that we serve. We also shared the results of the last forecast in depth. And importantly, we discussed the assumptions and methods behind each of the forecast components. At the second meeting, we did a deep dive into our direct served territory and the results of our economic modeling analysis for this current forecast. We also did an in-depth explanation of the rooftop solar and electric vehicle forecasts. So today, we intend to cover the remaining topics, which will be central, industrial, municipal, and off-system sales, and also the alternate scenarios that we've pulled together. This discussion today will be necessarily at a higher level than the prior presentations because we're going to be discussing customers that we have contractual relationships with, which is different than what we have discussed before. So for that reason, we want to be sensitive that the load projections may include or represent some competitively sensitive information. Next slide, please. One more. So Central Electric, Santee Cooper serves one customer, Central, at wholesale, who then resells that power to the electric cooperatives across the state. We wanted to bring this slide back from the first presentation just as a reminder of how large Central is in the state. If you recall from the first presentation, Santee Cooper's direct served territory is primarily located in the Myrtle Beach area, which on this map is the strip of white along the coast that would abut the green and orange cooperatives of Horry and Santee. The other white areas on this graph represent the large cities in the state that are served by other providers, as well as the various municipalities, which would mean that those municipalities own their own distribution system. The rest of the state is served by the cooperatives, which translates to over 1 million South Carolinians served by Central. They serve some of the small towns like Hilton Head, or small coastal towns like Hilton Head, but more generally their territory and their customers are going to be rural, which is what you would expect from the cooperative model. I do want to point out that Central has several suppliers for their power. So for the purposes of developing this planning forecast, Santee Cooper excludes the 5 cooperatives that are not part of our balancing authority from our load projections. And you can see those in the footnote at the very bottom. Next slide, please. Looking at the results of Central's forecast, you'll see similar growth as to what we discussed for Santee Cooper's direct served territory in Myrtle Beach. It's that same above average population growth that South Carolina is experiencing. Early in the forecast, you can see some different growth patterns than the rest of the forecast, and that's typical of load forecasts in general. Generally, a utility has a pretty good idea of the things that we would expect to happen very early in the forecast, whether it's an expansion of an industrial customer, maybe a large housing development of some sort, changing governmental standards, things of that nature. But after the first couple of years, you tend to trend back more towards economic results. I also want to point out that Central's forecast shows higher demands in the winter, which is the blue bars on the graph, than in the summer, which is the gray bars on the bar graph. It's probably not immediately intuitive given South Carolina's climate, but there are a number of reasons why this occurs. If you are interested in diving into those details, Central has their IRP publicly available on their website, and is a great resource for information about that, any other questions you might have. But for our purposes, I wanted to mention it because this is one of the big reasons that drives Santee Cooper to be a winter peaking utility. I also want to point out on this that, and any of the other bar graphs that you're going to see following this, that we start to skip years after 2029. So what appears to be an upward trend is just a function of the graph formatting. And it's why you don't see a similar trend on the energy side, which we're not skipping years for. You can skip 2 slides, please. The industrial forecast. So Santee Cooper directly serves 28 industrial customers, which for us means a customer with a potential demand of at least 1 megawatt or 1,000 kW. And of course, we have industrial customers who are many multiples of this size. They also tend to take service at a higher voltage than a typical customer, which means typically a transmission level voltage. These customers tend to use electricity as part of a manufacturing process. And that's really the difference between an industrial customer and maybe an equivalent size large store like a Walmart. While a large store might have a similar usage to an industrial customer, the industrial customer tends to have different energy needs because of how they're using the energy. At the beginning of every year, Santee Cooper staff visits with our industrial customers as part of the load forecast development process, and they speak to them about any expansions or usage changes that they are expecting. If a customer indicates that they expect an expansion or a contraction, and if they and Santee Cooper feel reasonably confident that it will occur, we will incorporate it into our forecast. As you can see in these graphs, we have an expansion incorporated into our forecast next year, and that expansion is currently underway. Otherwise, the industrial forecast is generally based on historical usage, and we typically would not assume any sort of natural growth or decline in their usage over time. The base forecast is always very flat for this reason. I also want to note that the industrial portion of Central's forecast, which is embedded in those charts that I showed previously, is completed using basically the same exact process. Skip 2 slides. Municipal and off-system forecast. Santee Cooper has 6 contracts with other municipalities. These are full requirements, meaning that we basically serve the entire load, except for PMPA, or the Piedmont Municipal Power Agency. PMPA is a joint action agency in the upstate that has a partial ownership share of Duke's Catawba Unit 2, and Santee Cooper serves the amount of their load that exceeds that generation. So Santee Cooper has contracts with these customers to provide power for an amount of time, but these customers have the ability to select their power provider once that contract terminates. Because these are competitive contracts, we assume that they leave at the termination of our contract with them. Santee Cooper is under no obligation to serve these customers other than through the existing contractual relationship. So that's why you see that rapid decline in load through 2029. It's just a function of our contracts with the customers terminating over time. Next slide, please. One more. The remaining slides that I'm going to show pull together all the components of our forecast to really show total system requirements. I mentioned earlier that both Santee Cooper and Central are experiencing above average population inflow into the state of South Carolina. And you can see in the chart that the distribution row and the central rows show similar growth trends. That trend is generally that the population growth is above average, and it's being offset by some declines in energy usage through energy efficiency or natural gas penetration or anything like that, which somewhat tempers that above average customer growth for each, for Central and Santee Cooper. We've already discussed that industrial tends to be flat over time, which you can see in the industrial row, and that the municipal and off-system declining load is driven by customers leaving the system, which you can also see in that row.
And Greg, that's I just want to reinforce or make sure I got that right. So that's the assumption that they're leaving. They could come back and ask to negotiate an extension or a new contract, but if they did that, that would be under different terms, and that would be something that Santee Cooper would evaluate at that point in time. Did I get
That's
that?
right. We are not under an obligation to serve them. So
right.
we would
So
make that decision at
yeah,
that
so this is a pretty reasonable. I just want to. It's an interesting concept, you know, that often doesn't show up in other IRPs. So Santee Cooper is a little bit unique in that regard. So your approach is when you're making an assumption that those entities will go elsewhere for their power supply needs once the contract terminates, and you're planning your power supply requirements about that or based on that assumption. And if they approach Santee Cooper to continue to be a power supply alternative for them, then that would be evaluated outside of the IRP. Is that right?
That sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure we had that. Thanks.
Of course. Okay, next slide, please. So we have added the annual numbers to the next couple of slides just to help give a little better picture of some of the final results. And remember that these bar graphs, they skip years starting after 2029. So again, what looks like an upward trend is really just a function of our formatting. I also want to point out on this slide that you see a light orange section somewhere towards the middle, and that is the industrial non-firm load that Santee Cooper served. So those customers provide us the ability to curtail or cut their load as needed. And so we don't include them in our plans when we're planning for peak demand requirements. And so on the next slide, you will not see that same light orange section. Next slide, please. This graph shows Santee Cooper's winter demand. And again, we are a winter peaking utility. So you'll notice that these numbers are going to be a little bit higher than on the chart that follows this one. Santee Cooper has a dual winter peak, which is generally in the morning, somewhere between 5 and 10 a.m. And then again, later in the day from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. roughly. And the morning peak is typically going to be higher. You can see the growth from 2022 to 2023 in the industrial class, which we haven't talked about yet. And that is highly influenced by a contract that we just recently signed with a large industrial customer in 2021. So as that phases onto our system, that is what you're seeing. You'll also see, yes, sir.
Yeah, so Jonathan Lee had a question. I think I know the answer, but I'd rather ask you. So can you also confirm that Santee Cooper developed annual forecasts for the intervening years not shown in this chart, and they're only omitted for the purpose of the presentation?
Yes, absolutely.
I thought so, but it's a great question to ask. Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks. All right.
No problem. And then you'll also see on this chart the impact of that declining purple section, which is the municipal and off system. As they leave our system, you see that purple section declining over time. Next slide, please. Very, very similar result on this slide to the winter demand, except just a lower starting basis. And you can see that that lower basis is driven by that central load deviation that I've mentioned a couple of times. In the summer for Santee Cooper, while the peak is lower, it generally is a longer period of high demand. And for this reason, our peak is anywhere between, let's call it lunchtime, noon to around 10 p.m. And we tend to have that elevated peak for a longer period of time. Next slide, please. One more. Okay, so kind of finishing up, Santee Cooper has also created high load and low load scenarios to capture a range of potential outcomes for the forecast. To do this, we adjust some portions of our forecast separately, and then we combine those results to create a scenario. So our residential and commercial forecast is adjusted using stochastical analysis, which is a statistical tool that essentially varies a set of economic and other inputs over a variety of cases, and you produce a set of outcomes. Over time, if you do it enough times, these outcomes tend to result in a band of results or a probability band. So what we do is we take this band and we then choose the appropriate level at which we want to assume for our forecast. So the high case reflects an outcome that is higher than 95% of all of those scenarios that are run, while the low case reflects an outcome that is lower than 95% of these scenarios. We also layer in the impact of the high and low electric vehicle and rooftop solar forecasts that we discussed at length in the last presentation. And then Central, they provide their high and low case for us to use. And so we incorporate that into our forecast. They use a similar statistical analysis, and they adjust economic inputs. It's slightly different than ours, but it's generally conceptually the same thing. Lastly, what we have done is we assume the addition or removal of a very large customer or some combination of industrial load on our system for either Santee Cooper or Central on the combined Santee Cooper and Central system. That amount, 400 megawatts, is roughly 5% of the 2021 electric consumption of all industrial load in the state of South Carolina. So what we're effectively saying is that we add or lose 5% of the state's industrial load. I will mention that combined system for Santee Cooper and Central has a couple of customers of this size, and plenty of certainly smaller customers that could combine to reach these amounts. So we feel like it creates a reasonable scenario for Santee Cooper. Next slide, please. Moving to my last slide, a few things to point out just on the results. You'll notice that there is a slightly higher upside risk than downside risk in the cases, as the high case final year energy is about 23% higher than the base case, while the low case is only about 18% lower than the base case. This is partially caused by the electric vehicle component of the forecast that we talked about, as it gives the forecast that higher upside risk with really no corresponding downside risk. Similarly, a reduction in natural gas heating penetration, and then obviously the replacement with electric is liable to increase load significantly, but because we've already factored in some of that natural gas penetration, it has a muted downside risk. Also noteworthy is a discrete change immediately in 2023 between the three cases. And that is because we assume that industrial load that we talked about happens right at the very beginning of our forecast. And so you kind of start with that step change impact of the industrial load. And that's all I have for today. I want to thank everybody for their time. Certainly thank, the team that helped me pull this all together, our consultants, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Yeah, I want to just stick around for a minute. There are a lot of your topic spurred a lot of questions, and your teammates and in the back room have been working away diligently on those. Are there other questions that people would like to pose to Greg? Feel free to raise your hand or add them into the chat. So I had a question. So Greg, you pointed out that Central uses a slightly different methodology in some areas than Santee Cooper, but if I remember correctly from previous meetings, you and Central get together and compare notes and discuss methodologies, and so I'm assuming that while their methodology may be slightly different than yours, you're both aligned on those are valid methodologies. You understand each other's results, and those all make sense to each other. They look at yours and say, yeah, that makes sense to us, and you look at theirs and say, yeah, that makes sense to us. Did I get that correct?
Absolutely. Oh yeah, we meet frequently throughout this process. I think I mentioned at the beginning, we compare our economic data. They have a slightly different set of economic data than we have, so we want to make sure that's all in sync. And I think in the first presentation, it kind of lays out the different assumptions that we use. That there's sort of nuanced things like, the service territory doesn't perfectly split with the economic data. So, we want to be careful that if there's growth on the system, we're not Santee Cooper projecting the growth that Central is also projecting, and so then we're double counting growth. So we try to kind of iron out all of those nuanced details throughout the forecast. I personally think it goes very well. We have a very good relationship. Central has a very competent load forecasting staff. And then we also have GDS, our primary consultant. They review the forecast with Central, and then TEA as well, our kind of secondary consultant. They review Central's forecast. So we have a lot of eyes looking at this stuff, a lot of people coming together, really talking about it and trying to pull together a product that everybody's happy with.
Good. Yeah, so no double counting and no gap, right?
That's right.
That would just be that could be problematic too. Good. Okay. Anything else you think that any nuance that you think the stakeholder, it would be important for the stakeholders to understand? Okay.
None for me, no, sir.
Super. All right, Greg. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you covering this fairly thoroughly. It's really shaping up. I think you've kept up with your promises on timing. So it's good to see this coming to some solidity here. So thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Stuart.
Okay. Now we'll move to. We're a little ahead of schedule, but that's okay. Hello, Patricia. Good morning. Nice to see you. So I'll turn it over to Patricia Housen and Jim Herndon to provide an update on DSM projections.
I think I got it. All right, ready?
Yep.
Talk about DSM? Okay,
We
great.
are.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Housen, and I'm the manager of program development for our distribution customers programs. And we've talked with y'all. This is our third time, and so we're happy to bring some results to you today as we discuss our findings with the market potential study. And then can we advance one slide, please? So I just wanted to remind everyone that when we're talking about Santee Cooper DSM plans, then we're talking about activities currently being undertaken to update Santee Cooper's demand side management plans And we're doing this for our residential and commercial customers. Central and its members separately develop projections and plans for their DSM programs, and they have many different offers, and those are located in their IRP on their website. It's their 2020 IRP, and they do a really good job of explaining both the demand and the energy items that the DSM programs that they're following, and they've done in the past as well as the ones they're looking at in the future. And then for our plans today, we'll be talking about our residential and commercial customers' energy sales. For 2021, we're approximately 4,000 gigawatt hours, which is 16% of our 2021 total energy sales of 24,600 gigawatt hours. So we're looking at trying to influence 16% of our energy sales when we're working on our DSM programs. So next slide, please. Okay, and so previously what we talked about are the types of DSM programs offered by Santee Cooper. And if you need to go back and review those, they're on our IRP website in presentations 1 and 2. Overview of the performance of our DSM programs from 2010 through 2021. That's in our IRP presentation for stakeholder meeting number 2. The goals for our DSM programs for 22 through 2030 with the energy efficiency goals based on the 2019 market potential study. And we had already had this study done using the total resource cost test. And so today, Jim Herndon is going to be talking with you about the updated market potential study, where we have now used the utility cost test as our filter, our go, no-go gauge. And then he'll discuss the sensitivities as well for today, as well as in the future. So I'll turn it over to Jim Herndon now.
All right, thank you, Patricia. And can y'all hear me okay? All right, good deal. Well, good morning, everybody. As Patricia mentioned, I'm Jim Herndon with Resource Innovations, and we're helping Santee Cooper with the DSM analysis. And kind of to Stuart's intro and Eileen's, we did want to maybe provide just a little bit more detail on the methodology and assumption behind the market potential study and the DSM analysis that we've done that Patricia mentioned from 2019, as well as the current updates we've been doing to revise the potential study estimates. So as was discussed over the first couple meetings, we did what's considered or what's called in the industry a market potential study to look at opportunities for energy efficiency in Santee Cooper service territory. What's shown here is kind of the typical flow of these studies. They look at opportunities for a particular service territory or particular customer segments. In this case, we looked at the residential and commercial customer segments within Santee Cooper's service territory. These studies typically begin with assessing the technical potential, which is a theoretical estimate of all the energy and demand impacts that are possible if everything that's technically feasible in terms of energy efficiency were installed across the service territory. Then we move to economic potential, and similar to technical, it's a theoretical number, and it includes all cost-effective energy efficiency technologies. So you do take that screen to go from technical to economic, looks at moving from everything to just things that are cost-effective. But it's still similar to technical. It assumes 100% installation rate, that everyone in the service territory that has that applicable device or technology would install it. Then achievable and program potential are more real-world estimates that account for market barriers and customer choice in adopting energy efficiency. So some of these barriers can include the cost of the technologies, as well as customer awareness and perceptions. And the difference in achievable and program potential is mainly the program potential estimates are more specifically tied to utility programs or offerings. So they include specific assumptions on incentives, as well as outreach and education to customers that work on overcoming those barriers and encouraging customer adoption of energy efficiency. So that's kind of the flow of the study. There was a question, I think, from the last stakeholder meeting or since the last meeting on how the analysis goes from economic to achievable. And so this is that step from going from that theoretical assumption of looking at everybody adopting everything that's cost effective to considering how the market would respond, since for energy efficiency, it does require customers to adopt the technology or purchase that efficient technology. So to do this, to move from economic to achievable, we apply product diffusion curves, which estimate the market adoption of energy efficiency technologies over time. And these curves are assembled from data that's collected from energy efficiency programs across the country, and they are specific by end use and technology. So more established technologies, things that have been around a while, have usually a little bit quicker market adoption when a utility incentive or program's in place. And some of the newer technologies have a little bit longer lead time to raise awareness and customer understanding. So that's really the main thing between economic and achievable, is just that application of a market adoption rate or market adoption curve to estimate kind of the timing of when that product or technology will get adopted. You can move to the next slide. So as Patricia mentioned, and as we've previously discussed, we did conduct an initial market potential study in 2019 for Santee Cooper. That study for the economic screening and the achievable potential was based on the total resource cost test. And that was the perspective we used for the screening. The TRC test is the acronym for it. We use a lot of acronyms in the industry. Is considered kind of a blended perspective, in that it compares the cost of the measure, which is usually paid by the customer, to the utility avoided supply costs. So it's a blended perspective across the customer and utility perspectives. And then as part of the current IRP, we have, as we've talked about, we have updated the potential study, which is we've just wrapped up the update to apply the utility cost test as the cost effectiveness screening parameter. And the utility cost test, as the name implies, is from the utility perspective. So it compares utility benefits with utility costs. And the main reason we did this update was just to have another perspective, and one that's somewhat consistent with recent commission orders for Duke Energy. So we wanted to be able to look at results from both perspectives. The diagram that's shown here compares the inputs for each, including those that overlap, the avoided supply costs and program administrative costs, as well as those that are different between the UCT and TRC. So there's these each provide a different perspective on cost effectiveness for energy efficiency. You can move to the next slide. And then just to dive in a little more, we show here the equation for the cost benefit ratio for the utility cost test. We did apply the UCT testing at the measure level. So each individual energy efficiency measure or technology did get reviewed or screened from a UCT perspective, and those measures that passed or had a benefit cost ratio of 1.0 or higher were included in the economic and achievable and program potential. And the benefits for the UCT costs are the avoided utility supply costs, which are calculated over the lifetime of energy impacts. For the UCT update, kind of in order to keep kind of that apples to apples comparison with the TRC results, we did continue to use the 2019 avoided costs or cost forecast from Santee Cooper. This was a little bit higher than the current forecast. So that did mean our benefits were a little bit higher than if we had used the 2022 forecast or the current forecast, but we did want to keep that direct comparison to look at, kind of the true difference just between UCT and TRC screening. And so we kept that 2019 forecast. And there was another question previously submitted on discount rate. So I did want to pass along that, for like the avoided supply costs, we use a net present value. We did include a discount rate that Santee Cooper provided of 5.42% and a weighted average cost of capital of 4.76% for both the TRC and the UCT analyses. On the cost side, the program costs that we include for the UCT perspective include the incentives that are paid for the measures, as well as Santee Cooper's operational costs to run the programs. This includes program management, marketing and outreach to customers and trade allies, administration, rebate processing, those kind of things, all the kind of steady state program costs. We didn't include, or the cost estimates don't include some the program development startup costs. It was more of a steady state cost assumption and not some of that front end development cost.
So Jim, there's a question from Jonathan Lee that I think is really timely here. I'll just read it for anybody who's on the phone. Is it possible that the choice of test UCT versus TRC can affect which EE measures are included or excluded in Santee Cooper's portfolio? That's the question. Or stated differently, should we expect to see the same resources selected regardless of test?
So yeah, so the tests are different. So you do get different results. I mean, probably the most direct comparison is that the TRC includes the incremental cost of the measure, whereas the UCT only includes the incentive offered by the utility. So if the incentive offered is less than the incremental cost, usually the UCT has a slightly lower cost as the comparison of the measure costs. So yeah, so there would be different measures included in each, different measures passed. And as we show, I think in one of the next upcoming slides, kind of the different counts of measures that pass the TRC versus UCT. So there definitely is a difference in using those different test perspectives for the screening.
Okay, and then Chris Carnival, sorry if I don't pronounce the name correctly. Jim, did you say the 2019 study showed more EE savings than the 2022 study? And if so, why would that be?
I don't think I said that, so I apologize if I did. I didn't intend to, and actually, yeah, again, one of the upcoming slides does show that direct comparison, so we'll get to that in a second. So yeah, apologies if I misstated that, but
okay.
But yeah, we'll get into that. Any other questions for now?
No, I think, well, there's a question, John, we got your question. We'll come, Patricia wanted to address that when she comes back. I think the folks in the back will be taking care of the rest of them. So we can go ahead and continue.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so yeah, and I guess just the bottom half of this slide we did, which we've covered before, for both the TRC analysis and the UCT update, we did look at 3 scenarios in terms of what measures and program types were included. We looked at a low scenario, which tracked or matches the current Santee Cooper EE program, so current measures, current programs. So there's really no difference in the TRC or UCT because that was really focused on what's currently offered, not necessarily adding new measures. The medium scenario is where we did look at what additional measures were cost effective, either from a TRC or UCT perspective, and assume those measures would get applied or get added to existing programs or to new programs, but at about the same level of program costs and incentive rate, things like that. And then we looked at a high scenario, which included those measures that were cost effective from the medium scenario, but at an increased incentive rate. So offering more incentive to offset that incremental cost or that financial market barrier that exists for some of these, to see kind of look at the if that would produce additional savings or participation. So you can go to the next slide. So here's the results. You can see that the solid lines here, or I guess the comparison, the light green is the low scenario, the medium green is the medium scenario, and the dark green is the high scenario. The solid line is the UCT results, the dotted line is the TRC results. So from an energy savings perspective over a 10-year period, the UCT based results were about 12% higher for the medium and high cases than the TRC results. This is due to, so I guess this ties into the questions that were asked, they were due to the additional passing measures from the UCT. You can see in that second bullet about 66, 67 additional measures passed the UCT screen compared to the TRC screen. So that produced that additional savings potential. The largest share of these measures were space cooling, space heating measures, so whether that's HVAC equipment or related to building envelope type things. But that's where we saw the biggest uptick in measures was around space cooling and space heating. passed the UCT, that did not pass the TRC. So this is the direct comparison, kind of that apples to apples comparison of the UCT and TRC. You can go to the next slide. And then similarly, this is the demand perspective, comparing the UCT and TRC results. So similar shading and dotted lines, where the solid line is the UCT and solid line is the TRC based results. From a demand perspective, there was a little bit more of a differential between the TRC and UCT. For the medium case, it was about 20% higher on for the UCT, and for the high case was about 22% higher than the TRC case. This is,
what do you
again,
see, Jim, what do you see as the main driver of that?
We think it's mostly due to we're still looking into specific details, but it's mostly due to the fact that it's space cooling and space heating are the measures that they have a higher coincidence factor. So they run less hours, but have a bigger demand impact. So we think that's what shows up, from the 12% increase on energy to 20 or 22% on demand. It's because a lot of those measures are HVAC related, which has that higher demand to energy ratio.
Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I hadn't thought about it, but now that you say it, it makes a lot of sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah, seeing this, we dug into that a little bit, seeing that there was a little bit of a difference in energy demand, but that's really what we looked at, was those additional measures got layered in were mostly around space cooling and space heating. So having just completed this UCT analysis, we did want to go ahead and share the results. We are now working with Santee Cooper to kind of digest these results, and then also, now that we have a lot of the work in getting the models set up and run to do these analysis, or there is a lot of setup. So now that we have them run, we are looking at additional alternative scenarios that we may want to analyze for the IRP, where we could look at additional sensitivities around maybe some tweaks to either on the benefit side or the cost side, or even some of the programmatic considerations. So now that, like I said, we have those models from both the UCT model and the TRC model, we are going to look at maybe some additional medium and high case sensitivities with some of those different input parameters adjusted a bit to kind of figure out what we want to go in, what will eventually flow into the final IRP analysis.
Okay.
So with that was all I had. So yeah, happy to take any more questions or provide any more detail as needed.
Yeah, so stick around. There may be a couple more questions, and in the meantime, I know so we had a question from John Brooker. It reads, has Santee Cooper talked with Central on a combined effort, mutual goals towards DSM programs? I know this is easier said than done, but it seems like it could be highly beneficial to pursue. So Patricia, maybe you could talk a little bit about how you all work with Central on these programs.
Yes, I can. One of the things we have done is that we have used Central as a very much a resource for helping define our programs, especially with the new initiatives that we have pursued, such as demand response and things like that. So we'll continue those discussions. We are just now starting the discussions with the combined effort, because Central was so far ahead of us with regards to a demand response program. We had energy efficiency that, of course, yields demand savings, but they weren't controlled demand savings. And so we have been getting our feet wet with what it takes to put into place a demand response system. And now that we've done that, we can step back and just begin more discussions with Central about if there are ways that we can combine forces and optimize using the information from both sides.
Great. I think that's helpful. Are there other questions for either of our two speakers? So Chris asked, generally speaking, how was demand response integrated into the potential study?
The market potential study was an energy efficiency study just of the energy efficiency. And so with regards to our goals, we had already set out there for our demand response to be at 35 megawatts based on the need from the last generation study. And so we're targeting getting to 35 megawatts by 2027, and then increasing that to 44 megawatts by 2037. So we have taken that on and are looking at an innovative way to get that much under demand response after not having demand response switches, just even one-way, two-way switches in the field for many, many years. So we are we've deployed a DERM system to be the brain for our demand response program. And we've looked at that separately as far as a program separate from the market potential study for energy efficiency.
Okay. Other questions? All right, well, thank you both very much. We're running a little bit ahead. I think that's fine. No, we were scheduled to come back at 12:45 for break, but I think I'm going to suggest we go ahead and come back at 10:35. Jump right back in. Nick Wintermantle is going to take us through it's a fairly detailed conversation on the resource adequacy studies. So we'll, I'll keep an eye on the questions. I'll be looking to make sure that we're taking pauses for people to absorb the material. It's an important conversation. It has a pretty big impact on IRPs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nick.
Thanks, Stuart. Can you hear me okay? Great. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Yeah, my name is Nick Wintermantle. I'm a principal at Achievable Consulting. I was able to spend some time with you folks a couple months ago in the Stakeholder 2 session. We talked briefly, kind of the high level methodology for the reserve margin study, Elcc study, and integration study. So today, I actually have kind of the preliminary results for the PRM study, the planning reserve margin study, as well as some Elcc results to review. And then on the solar integration study, we're still in the midst of that study. I'll be providing an update on where we are. Next slide. So we'll jump right into the planning reserve margin study. This was a slide from the last session, but just a quick overview of the study. So when we think about planning reserve margin studies or resource adequacy studies, the focus is really trying to understand what could happen in the future regarding extreme weather. We missed the forecast. We have lots of generator outage failures. So it's a probabilistic simulation of trying to understanding the full distribution of what can occur in a future year. And so in our modeling, we take into account 41 years of weather history, so 1980 through 2020, and their impact on load and resources. So if our study year is 2026, we want to understand what would load look like in 2026 if we had 1980 weather again, 1990 weather again. So that's going to give us a whole host of load shapes to analyze, along with corresponding outputs of generators from solar resources. We know our thermal fleet's going to change based on weather as well. So we want to sync all that up, the hydro, the solar PV, and the thermal resources. So weather uncertainty is certainly a huge driver, certainly a major reason that we need to carry a planning reserve margin. Also, we can miss the load forecast. So we heard about the load forecast this morning. We saw a base, a low, a high. depending on what happens in the economy the next 4 years, the load forecast could be missed. And so we want to include some uncertainty for that. And we'll get into those assumptions, but this is just based on kind of economic growth. The economy grows faster or slower than we expect. And then lastly, just generator outage modeling. We know that multiple generators can fail at the same time. So stochastically, we model these iterations of generator outages in a Monte Carlo fashion. We also take into account the fact that Santee Cooper is interconnected with its neighbors. And so it's a zonal model, multi-area modeling. We capture all neighbors, balancing areas one tile away. So when we think about a base case for 2026, we kind of lay it out here. In the rectangles below, we've got 41 weather years. That represents 41 different load shapes, as well as solar profiles, hydro years, etc. We're going to run each of those with 5 different load forecast error points. So we'll end up with 205 load scenarios. And then for each of those load scenarios, we're going to run Monte Carlo unit outage draws. And so for 2026, we may have 5,000 8760 hourly simulations. And we'll basically lower and increase the reserve margin using a marginal CT until we get to our target loss of load expectation. Next slide. So again, some of the major study parameters, I think we went over some of this last time. We're looking at study years 2026 and 2029. 2026 is really the focus. The idea being it takes a couple of years to build a resource, get it permitted, get approved, and so forth. And so we're usually looking 3 to 4 years out when we do a planning reserve margin study. We have some other interesting things planned by 2029. The Winya coal units are planned to be retired in 2028. So we're looking at a sensitivity year in 2029 just to kind of understand if there's anything that we see there. But 2026 is ultimately the focus. We talked about the surrounding regions, so certainly focus on Santee Cooper, but then we include modeling for Southern Company, the Duke Energy Carolinas in progress, and Dominion Energy South Carolina. What we're really trying to capture when we model the neighbors is what is our weather diversity and generator outage diversity. We really don't want to assume that there's going to be this really excess capacity in the neighboring markets that Santee Cooper can count on and say we can carry a really low reserve margin because they just happen to be long. What we're really focused on is the natural weather diversity and generator outage diversity. So to us, it's very important that we put the neighbors at a reasonable reliability level. We're still going to model the neighbors kind of based on their IRPs, how much solar they plan to have, what their retirements look like. We're trying to capture all that, but it wouldn't be correct in our eyes to assume that they have 0 LOLE or that they have, really, really high LOLE. We need to beat them at some reliability target so then we can just capture the weather diversity, because ultimately Santee Cooper has no control over what Southern Company decides and how they build their system, whether they're going to be long or short capacity. So we're just trying to capture that known weather diversity and generator outage diversity that we have in the system. We will maintain some level of regulating reserves. We're going to maintain 100 megawatts for the study. So if I have a firm load shed event, if I'm out of capacity on my system in the simulation, we're still going to maintain some level of regulating reserves. And then lastly, we are targeting the 1 day and 10-year standard. So that's a loss of load expectation of 0.1, which says we're going to build enough capacity so that we only have customer firm load shed events 1 day in 10 years. Next slide. One thing that we have looked at pretty extensively is just looking at the weather. So, we have to pick a weather window to look at. We've currently used 41 years back to 1980, but we want to kind of understand, all right, what's happened over the last 100 years. One issue is getting hourly data back that far is very difficult. Where we really see the data clean up is 1984. So that's one reason we kind of choose that window, but we want to understand what is the 41-year data window, how does it compare to more like a 100-year window? And so this is just minimum temperatures, because the resource adequacy risk in Santee Cooper is in the winter. We want to understand kind of what's the minimum temperature for every year. So you can see it's fairly mild early in the 30s. We saw really cold temperatures in the 60s and the 80s. And then the last 30s gotten to be a little bit more mild. The average across this is roughly 16 degrees is kind of the minimum peak. So how do we pick a window? And so what we did on the next slide, if we go ahead and jump to the next slide, we did some calculations just trying to understand how often did we get below a certain temperature. So on the x-axis, we have temperature. On the y-axis, we have the percent of years that actually achieve that temperature. So what this says, I'm looking at the blue line, the full data set. So that's kind of roughly 100 years back. I guess it's more like 90 years back. It says that 20% of the time, we saw temperatures below 14 degrees. So if I'm just looking at this blue line here, we saw temperatures below 14 degrees 20% of the time. If I just take the last 30 years of data, we really didn't see those extreme temperatures very often. Being a resource adequacy study, we do want to understand kind of that 100-year flood type data set. I mean, if you even think about what happened in ERCOT in 2021 in the February storm, they had not seen cold temperatures like that since 1989. And so it's important to capture some of those tells. Now, we don't want to weight them any heavier than how they've occurred in history. So if there's an extreme year, we still wanted to get kind of its 1 out of 40 type probability. But it was important to us to say, hey, the last 30 years don't really represent the risk that customers see. When we look at the last 40, it actually falls very in line with the 90-year history. And so we got comfortable that from 1980 forward was representative of the full spectrum of what can occur, at least from a temperature perspective. Next slide. So this just is showing what our synthetic peak loads look like. So our process is to kind of look at the 5 years of historical data, understand the relationship of load and weather. So we have daily max load on the y-axis, we have temperature on the x-axis. So as we go to hotter temperatures, you can see the historical red points, loads increase, and the same happens when we go to low temperatures. Out beyond temperatures that we haven't seen in the last 5 years, we actually have to do some modeling, some extrapolation to kind of understand what would occur out there. So you can see really below 18, 16 degrees in the cold temperatures, we have to extrapolate those points out. If you recall from 2 slides ago, we saw 1985 weather that was in the single digits. And so that's that extreme point. We realize the study is sensitive to these assumptions on how we extrapolate out. And so within the simulations, we're going to run some sensitivities beyond the base case. But this is our base case assumption. We're still going to continue to see load response as we decrease temperatures. And, you know, even looking at the ERCOT event, they didn't see a whole lot of saturation at these cold temperatures. What we've seen in our experience is that saturation is more likely to occur on the hot temperatures. You know, customers turn on their air conditioner, they're at full blast. There's not much else customers can do to stay cool in the summer. So you will see this kind of load response saturate. In the winter, there's lots of additional options. You can get space heaters, you can additional strip heating. Some folks could even turn on their oven. Anything they can do to get warm, there's still more options during the cold temperatures. And so that's why we typically don't see much saturation in the winter. Next slide. So this just shows the variance of peak load relative to the normal forecast. So on the y-axis, we have percent from normal. So you can see normal would be 0%. And so in summer, kind of as I said just a second ago, you do see actually some saturation in the summer. Whether it's 100 degrees or 103 degrees, you're likely going to have similar loads. And so the total variance in the summer that we're seeing, so the hottest year, 1986, was only 6% above the forecast. So this is just the weather uncertainty. So just the uncertainty around peak load due to weather. You can see the variance in the summer is relatively small. This is generally what we see with our other clients in the Southeast, is this kind of 5 to 7% type range in the summer. So not a lot of variance in the summer. We go to the next slide, we can see those same analysis done for winter peak load. And we do see more variance. So if you recall that scatter plot that we saw a couple slides ago, maybe the weather normal is represented by 16 degrees, but you could get temperatures as low as 3 or 4 degrees. And so the variance around peak load can be higher. You can see the 1985 year, it certainly sticks out. It's the coldest year we've got on record over the last 90 years. We can see that loads for that year were roughly 18% above the forecast. And you can see the other cold years throughout the study, 14 and 15, kind of our most recent cold years, along with 2018, when we started to see these polar vortexes again. So this is the distribution that went in our base case. Loads could be, generally they're within 10% of the forecast, but we do have the one year, 1985, where we had the coldest temperatures. Next slide. So that was the weather uncertainty on load. This slide summarizes the economic load forecast uncertainty that we assumed in the model. So what this chart says is 4 years ahead of time. So in 2026, this says, if I look at the x-axis, we have the load forecast error. The y-axis, we have probability. It says that we're going to under forecast load by 4%, 10% of the time. So 4 years in advance, you've got load growth for 4 years. We have potential to miss it 10% of the time by 4%. But we also have that on the opposite side because the curve is symmetric. So essentially, this assumption gets pretty dampened because we can also over forecast by 4%, 10% of the time. Generally, we don't see this assumption being a huge driver in the study because of its symmetric nature. The way that we develop this assumption is we look at Congressional Budget Office GDP data. So we'll go back to, I think as far back as 1990, and we'll look at how the CBO was able to forecast GDP 4 years ahead. So did it miss or the under forecast or over forecast 4 years ahead? And we take that error and we actually know that electric load grows slower than GDP load. So we use this ratio of 40% on the error to create this curve. So this is based on CBO GDP forecast data. Next slide. So we covered, again, backing up, when we think about PRM, we have weather uncertainty, we have economic load forecast error uncertainty, and then we have generator outages. And so the generator outage data is based on 5 years of historical data. So NERC requires all generators to report GADS data, which is essentially a chronological report showing whether a unit was on outage, was it operating, was it on partial outages, was it on planned maintenance, etc. So it's a full history by each generator. And so we base all of our information on that. Obviously, you can have outliers in the 5-year data set, or there may be known things about a certain resource that would make us want to change that assumption. So we take the 5 years of historical data, and then subject to Santee Cooper's knowledge of its units and its forward-looking expectations, we can make adjustments to those values. And then planned maintenance was based on expected future planning for generators. And what Servum's going to do with planned maintenance rates is it's going to schedule them during shoulder months, during low load periods. Another thing that we did, looking at the historical data, was we looked at all the cold weather events in history. And really what we saw is that the thermal generation for Santee Cooper was actually performed really well, which says that the units must be pretty winterized. They were able to perform during those cold temperatures. And so within the study, we didn't apply any incremental cold weather outages to the thermal fleet. The data didn't suggest that we should. So it's something that we always like to look at for our clients, because we have had clients whose data did show that there should be some incremental penalty during those cold temperatures. Obviously in ERCOT, they saw that last year where a significant amount of their thermal fleet was not winterized. Obviously that's a different market construct than what we're dealing with here in an investor-owned utility paradigm.
Nick, so just before we move on, Ryan Dio has a question. I think it's actually, on your last topic. The question is the GDP forecast error, error analysis for South Carolina or for the entire US?
It is for the entire US. So we're kind of basing that would impact Santee Cooper the same way, but we're really just trying to get what the error is in economic data. But yeah, it is for the entire US.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any more questions, Stuart, before we move on?
Not for you. The backroom folks are taking care of them. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we've talked about the three drivers, and when we run the analysis for 2026 and 2029, these were the results to get to the 1-day and 10-year reserve margin. And so for 2026, we're at 17.8%. 2029, we're at 18.3%. They're generally in line. I think one thing we did notice in the 2029 analysis was that the market assistance, which is a huge driver in the study, was a little bit lower in 2029, which could be putting a little upward pressure on the reserve margin. But I still think the focus for us and Santee Cooper for its IRP was the 2026 number. So our base case says we need a 17.8% reserve margin to cover our weather uncertainty, our economic load forecast uncertainty, our generator outages, as well as our minimum regulating reserves during firm load shed events.
And Nick, when you say market, you're really, I said Santee Cooper is not in a market. You're really referring to the analysis about how much they could reliably lean on neighbors. Is that what you meant?
Yep, that's exactly right, Stuart. So we're modeling the neighbors. We're modeling their weather years. So when we model 1985, we're modeling their system as well as Santee Cooper. And if there's additional available capacity that can be shared, then the model will take that into account to assist reducing firm load shed events for Santee Cooper.
Great, thanks.
Let's go to the next slide. When we look at this 17.8%, we can look at the actual LOLE. So the loss of load expectation. When did it occur across the year? Not surprising. It's driven mainly in the winter, January followed by December, and then a little bit in February and March. If you happen to catch a really extreme cold day in March, generally that could be crossed with some planned maintenance. And so that's probably what's occurring in the small amount of risk in March. Next slide. This is the same information, but just spread out by weather year for 2026 and 29. So we got that loss of load expectation. If you were to add up all the blue bars, it should be approximately 0.1, which is the 1-day and 10-year standard. Obviously, 1985 is a big driver. It was the coldest year in history, and so this is not unexpected. Majority of the LOLE is going to fall in your extreme cold years. But again, we're not giving 1985 any more weight than any other weather year. And so that's how the numbers unfold. We've got some significant sensitivities to look at around load response and cold weather that I think will help here. But for us, at least from a straw-based opinion, to try to throw out 1985, that seems like you're significantly causing risks or potentially missing some risk for customers. And I go back to that ERCOT event. They had not seen weather since 1989. That should be somewhere in the distribution, in our opinion.
Right. So this chart is just showing us which years are which year weather is influencing or the relative influence of the weather in these years on the LOLE calculations.
That's
right?
correct. And so you can see recent years, 14, 15, and 18 were all pretty cold years. If specific things happen, you had lots of generator outages during those years, or there wasn't neighbor assistance, and that's probably when you start accumulating some firm load shed events for those years.
Got it.
Yep. Next slide. So that was the base case. Approximately 17 to 18% type reserve margins is what is needed to meet the 1 day and 10 year. We wanted to look at several different sensitivities. I think we mentioned this in Stakeholder 2 meeting. We want to certainly know what is Santee Cooper's reserve margin if it has to act as an island. So if we remove that market assistance that we know exists, what would be the reserve margin Santee Cooper would need to hold? We did a climate change sensitivity, or our version of a climate change sensitivity. What this says is that we know that temperatures have risen over the years. Kind of tying to the NOAA climate change study says that surface temperatures have risen 0.3 degrees per decade. So what we did was we went back for 1980 weather and increased them by 0.3 degrees per decade. So you're essentially moving it 4 decades. So you're moving all the temperatures from 1980 up by 1.2 degrees. So 0.3 degrees times 4 decades. You're moving 1985 a little bit less, 2000 a little bit less, and ultimately not changing the 2020 weather year. So essentially you're kind of trending all the temperatures up to take out that increase in temperatures. We ran 2 load sensitivities, so a low and a high. So again, we know that the reserve margin can be sensitive to how we extrapolate load response beyond temperatures that we have seen in history. So we looked at 2 sensitivities. The low level, which really is a bookend because it assumes that there will be no additional load response from what we've seen in history. So if the historical 5-year data set says we reached 15 degrees and loads got to 5,500 megawatts, for that sensitivity, anytime we went below 15 degrees, we've capped the loads at the 5,500 megawatts. So it essentially assumes no load response below 15 degrees. But we just wanted to see a bookend. How sensitive is the model to the extrapolation that we're assuming on load response for cold temperatures? Then we did a high scenario, really going back and relying on what happened in ERCOT in 2021. If you go back and look at the event, loads were actually 30% higher than the forecast. Obviously, they weren't expecting the cold temperatures that they saw in their normal forecast, and the load response was great. It was 30% higher than the forecast. So we've got 2 really bookend load sensitivities. And lastly, a transmission sensitivity. So we wanted to constrain the transmission in the model just to understand how it impacted reserve margin. So we limited the combined import into Dominion, South Carolina, and Santee Cooper to 1,500 megawatts, just to understand the impact. Serve on the model we use, we have transmission import-export constraints between Santee Cooper and each of its neighbors. So we're just essentially changing those values for the sensitivity. Next slide.
So Nick, Chris has a question. It's just a clarification question. Did I hear correctly that the 17.8% 2026 and 18.3% 2029 reserve margins are assuming all neighboring systems have no spare capacity during the weather event?
No, so they certainly have. It depends on the iteration. Recall the model's stochastic, so we're running 2014. We're running it through thousands of times. So there's going to be periods where they have substantial capacity available. Even though it's cold in their region, they may be performing, their generators may be performing very well. Santee Cooper's may not. And so Southern Company may be sending power. So it just depends on the load resource balance during those particular hours. Now we do have all the external regions set up to a target reliability, which is 0.1, which is kind of industry standard. So we're not forcing them to either be really long capacity or short capacity. We're putting them kind of at their target. So then we can just simply capture diversity of weather. Their loads may be a little bit lower. They may not be getting quite the extreme weather that Santee Cooper is, and generator outage diversity. Their generators may be performing better than Santee Cooper's or worse. And so we're capturing all that through the stochastic simulations.
Okay, and so then it's a reflection of what's going on in their IRPs and their planning that would have us see a slight decrease in the amount we could lean on the neighbors.
That's correct. My guess is if we were really going from 26 to 29, you're likely having more and more solar. And so maybe their LOLE risk, if they had any in the summer, maybe shifting more to the winter, which so now on those cold days, if you think about the cold morning at 6 a.m., the sun's not shining, there's potential that there's just a fraction less available in the market in 2029 than 2026. If you think about a 0.5% reserve margin for Santee Cooper, 1% reserve margin is roughly 50 megawatts, a half is 25. So we're talking pretty small movement in an overall market. If you think about Santee Cooper, the size being 5,500 megawatts of load, but connected to Duke, Southern Company is 30 to 40,000 megawatts of load. Duke, similar, 30 to 35,000 megawatts. So talking to small movement in what could be available in the market.
Okay, and then just a couple more questions on this. So Ryan is asking, is the 1,500 megawatt import sensitivity based on historical maximum import seen between DESC and SC?
I have to recall, or I may need some help from some of the Santee Cooper folks on this one, but I believe that was kind of the judgment of what we thought generally would be available getting into both of those regions at the same time. So kind of a simultaneous import into Santee Cooper and Dominion. I think as we'll see in the sensitivity is important is that transmission is really not the issue. On these cold days, it's not the transmission. So what it tells us is that it's capacity availability on the other side. That we're not really transmission limited. And I think the sensitivities will show that.
Okay, yeah, so there would be, what you're suggesting is the transmission system could handle more, it's just that people don't have it.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
Generally, when it's cold for Santee Cooper, it's cold in the entire region. All right, next slide. So just thinking about the load sensitivity assumption. So we wanted to run the low and high because this is always a difficult task. We don't know how load's going to respond if we see 5 degrees again. We have a good guess based on 5 years. We can see the load response going from 20 down to 12 degrees or 20 down to 15 degrees. We try to carry that relationship out for the colder temperatures. So the blue is our base case. We've already kind of looked at this bar chart. The worst case got up to 18% above the forecast. If we cap the loads on the low end by saying we'll never see load above what we saw historically, then you get the kind of the green shade bars, which show that load really only got 5 or 6% above the forecast. And then if we imply kind of the high level, looking at the ERCOT 2021 case, then we get 30% above the forecast. And so these are the loads and how they vary on those cold years for these sensitivities. Next slide. And so here are these results. So again, our base case is the first row, 17.8, 18.3. It's kind of the benchmark base case that we've got. If we force Santee Cooper to be an island, you can see how higher the reserve margins get. So essentially we need 27% reserves. So what that tells us is that the market assistance that we're modeling, we're getting a 10% reduced reserve margin due to the market assistance that we already have in the modeling. And so what happens in the island case is you could even have a more than or a semi-hot September or May. If you have no market assistance, you may have some planned maintenance, some generator outages. And so carrying or being able to support the 1 day and 10-year as an island is very difficult. As the results show, you need to go carry a 27% reserve margin. But it also shows how important the market is to Santee Cooper. And that if we're at 17%, we are counting on the market pretty significantly. The climate change sensitivity. So essentially what this does is it makes the loads in the winter slightly lower because our temperatures have increased ever so slightly from 1980, 1985, 1990, increased slightly. Temperatures have increased slightly. So the loads have actually come down a little bit. And so you can see the reserve margin going from, in 2026, goes from 17.8 down to 16.8%. So the climate change sensitivity we ran reduces the reserve margin by about 1%. We're looking at the high and low load response, which we definitely see as bookends. You can see the high load response would say Santee Cooper needs to carry a 22% reserve margin. So if that load response meets or exceeds kind of what we saw in ERCOT last year, we would need 22%. If we cap it at what we've seen in history, which assumes no more load response at cold temperatures, we're still going to need in the 14% reserve margin. And lastly, the transmission sensitivity, which limited transmission into Santee Cooper and Dominion. You can see the results really were left unchanged in 2026, which just tells us that during these cold days, it's not the transmission that isn't available. It's the capacity on the other side. And that's generally what we've seen in a lot of our studies throughout the Southeast. We've done work for Duke Energy, TVA, Southern Company, and so forth. And that it's really capacity availability during those extreme periods. Next slide. So we've generally focused on winter reserve margins so far in this presentation because all the risk is in the winter. But we certainly want to have some recommendation for the summer. So in our base case, as we've seen, pretty much all the LOEs in the winter. We have 0.0904 in the winter, then we have 0.004 in the summer. The corresponding summer is very little. Really what we see is that as solar has increased throughout the region, there's really very little LOLE risk in the summer. Neighboring utilities reserve margins are higher in the summer due to this solar, which it provides substantial market support. So we really just don't see significant risk in the summer, but we want to set some minimum level for Santee Cooper to manage. But ultimately, this level that we recommend will always be met if it meets a 17% winter, barring some major changes in resource mix in the next few years. They should be able to meet this summer reserve margin if they go and meet a winter reserve margin of 17 or 18%. So our thought is to kind of maintain 0.1 around the year. Let's just go surface a little bit of LOLE in the summer, so we can reduce capacity in the summer till we meet maybe 0.01 or 0.02 LOLE in the summer. This won't significantly get us out of the 0.1 LOLE range. So basically have 0.1 in the winter. Maybe we have 0.01 or 0.02 in the summer. To achieve that, to surface that small amount of LOLE, the resulting summer reserve margin would be 14 to 16%. I think currently Santee Cooper's target summer is roughly, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's around 15% already. So we're really leaving the summer unchanged, but this does kind of become a secondary target, honestly, because if we go meet the 18 or 17% in the winter, we're already going to have well above 15 in the summer because loads are lower in the summer than they are in the winter.
So Nick, I just want to check with you on something. So Jonathan Lead asked a question, so he'd asked, have any attempts been made to assess load forecast uncertainty specific to Santee Cooper's historic load forecast and their performance? And then he clarified that further, said to clarify, do these evaluation factors, do these evaluations factor into the determination of load forecast error / uncertainty included in Astrape's planning reserve margin study?
Yeah, so again, all the weather uncertainty in the model and its impact on load is specific to how Santee Cooper loads respond to weather. From an economic load forecast error standpoint, we have this slightly more global assumption around load forecast error based on the CBO data. What we've seen is that it can be pretty difficult to understand the economic uncertainty in a specific entity's load forecast error. So Astrape, for most all of its studies, goes back and uses the Congressional Budget Office for economic load forecast error. If we think about the economic load forecast error in the results, my guess would be that it accounts for, maybe a percent or 1.5% of the overall reserve margin, because we got that symmetrical look of economic load forecast error. It's actually pretty dampened because you can under forecast just as much as you can over forecast. And so the economic load forecast error, I would say, is not the largest driver in the study.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, next slide.
And before you go on to your next slide, Arvind, I know you asked a question. I don't know if you saw my response. I'm not sure I understand the question. So would you just take a look at that again, Arvind, and get back to me, and then we can figure out whether to ask Nick or the folks in the back office. Sorry, Nick. Just want to make sure that Arvind knew I had replied. Thanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, no problem. So that's the PRM results. Based on the study, we believe the study supports a 17 to 18% reserve margin. Our recommendation, and I think with discussion with Santee Cooper, is to adopt a 17% winter reserve margin. Obviously, they're not at that level at this point, so it's going to take a little bit of time to roll into that. And so the target would be to achieve that by 2026. As I kind of said on the previous slide, we still maintain a 15% summer reserve margin. Ultimately, that should be met if the winter target is already met. So that's where we are on the reserve margin study. We're working on finalizing the report, but the analysis is mostly finished. Next slide.
So before you move off that, there's Mike Levanga has a question. Oh, well, I'll pitch it to you. I know Eileen is also responding, but she said it says the studies seem to support a winter reserve margin closer to 18%, but the recommended reserve margin is 17%. Why was a reserve margin on the low side of the 17-18% range selected?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you take into account all the sensitivities, even the climate change sensitivity, I think that probably edged it. But Eileen from Santee Cooper may have a better response. I think from Astrape's perspective, we were comfortable anywhere between the 17 and 18% based on the results. We know modeling's not perfect. We do think the sensitivities covered a wide range of the major impacts, looking at market assistance, looking at climate change, looking at high and low load sensitivities. So from a straw base perspective, we're comfortable in the anywhere between the 17 and 18%.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, now we'll jump into the ELCC results. At a high level, from a methodology perspective, we look at the ELCCs on a seasonal basis. So we're looking at winter and summer, and we're looking at both solar and storage. And so we get the system to 0.1 with no renewable resources. We kind of figure out what the LOLE is in the winter and the LOLE is in the summer. Kind of record those numbers. Then we add renewable tranches to the system. And then we will actually add load until that season's LOLE returns back to the target. So if I add solar resources, maybe my 0.1 drops to 0.05, and then I'll add load until I get back to 0.1. So the effective load carrying capability of the ELCC is the load added divided by the nameplate of the renewable tranche. So we're just trying to understand, when I add this renewable, what is its load carrying capability? Next slide. I think we showed this matrix last time. This just shows the scope that we were looking at. So we're looking at solar from 0 to 2000, 4-hour storage from 0 to 400. And we want to do these together because we know there is a synergistic value between solar and storage. And so we're going to look at them individually, the solar. So essentially all the orange shaded areas will be simulated. We'll look at battery from 0 to 400 with no solar on the system. And then we'll look at solar 0 to 2000 with no battery on the system, and then them together with 200 megawatts of storage, 1500 solar, 400 storage, and 2000 solar. Next slide. And so when we do that, and these are the results that we get. The top two matrices are just the actual megawatt values that came out of the model for winter and summer. We generally think of ELCCs as percentages. So I think it's easier just to really go down to the last two tables at the bottom, which show the ELCCs of each. So if I look at the bottom left, so let's look at the winter values. If I'm just looking at solar by itself, then I'm looking at this 2% number all the way down to 1.4%. So no storage is on the system. My winter ELCCs really as expected, because your load shed events are typically occurring early morning before the sun is really shining, before we're getting much solar output. And so you can see 1,000 megawatts is worth 2%, 2,000 is worth 1.4%. From a storage perspective, the first 200 megawatts is worth 100%, and then it drops to 88%, but we add 400. And then we look at them together, which is really the synergistic value that we're seeing. You'll see each of the values increase up. So if I just go all the way out to the 400 storage case with 2000 solar, you see the storage goes from 88% to 93.8%. Then the solar goes from 1.4 to 1.5%. So when they're on their system together, they actually work together and increase each other's capacity value. So when you think about resource planning, kind of the next phase in the IRP, you would want to use these ELCC values. So as more solar comes on the system, capacity value of these resources will begin to decrease. We see the same thing in the summer, except for, of course, solar provides a lot more value in the summer. It's more coincident with peak load. In that late afternoon, you're getting lots of solar capacity. And so you see significant solar capacity value in the summer. Next slide.
Well, hang on just a second. So sorry, I know you covered this the last time. I just want to make sure that I'm not sure I'm reading the chart well. So could you just, I think I followed the whole conversation, but would you just mind, let's pick one and just make sure I'm interpreting it correctly. So why don't we just take the the raw capacity value winter. So just explain the columns and the rows to me, please.
Yeah, sure. So across the top of that table, and I assume you guys can't see my mouse, right? Probably not. You
No.
can't see mine.
Oh, yeah, now I can. Yeah, I can see that. Right. So going across the top.
So across the top, that's solar capacity. So we're modeling 0 to 2,000 megawatts of solar with no battery on the system. If I go to the next row, that first 1,000 megawatts of solar is worth 20 megawatts in capacity value.
Got it.
Very small amount of capacity value in the winter. If we go all the way down to the bottom table, that 20 megawatts relates to 2%, right? 20 divided by 1,000 megawatts, that gets me the 2%. And so at 2,000 megawatts, if I go back up to the top table, 2,000 megawatts of solar is worth 28 megawatts in aggregate.
Without
So
it, if I don't have any batteries to support it. So that's just how much capacity it contributes. 1,000 megawatt rating of solar contributes 28 megawatts to support the peak. Did I get that right?
That's correct. 2,000 megawatts of solar is worth 28 megawatts without any storage on the system.
Got it. Okay.
And we do the same thing for battery in that top table. So the first 200 megawatts of battery with 0 solar,
Yeah.
that's worth 200 megawatts. We're getting full capacity value. And so what happens is you get 100% for that. But as we add more storage, what storage is going to do is it's going to be dispatched during the most peak periods. So as we add more storage, we're going to flatten that peak. Now a broader peak. So the next megawatt of storage of 4-hour storage may not be able to serve the full peak. And so that's kind of what we see here. We've got 400 megawatts.
Right. So it's battery down the left and solar across the top, and we're looking at what the combinations of those amounts provide us to support the system peak.
That's correct. So let's look at one more number. So the 405 in the top table.
Mm-hmm.
That's the capacity value of the 2,000 solar and 400 storage. So now we have to allocate that back out. And we did that based on kind of just prorating the capacity value that we saw on an individual basis. And so you'll see the 93.8 and the 1.5, that represents the battery. 93.8 and 1.5 for the solar, which are both above what they were individually, because the solar in that level was only worth 1.4% and the storage was worth 88%. So you're getting that synergistic value of the two resources together.
Right. And so I'm assuming that in a case where there's no solar but there's batteries, we're charging the batteries from the grid, and otherwise we're doing a hybrid between charging the batteries from solar or grid. Is that how your analysis run?
For this analysis, all the storage is allowed to be charged from the grid. So they're separate, solar and storage. So I mean, obviously solar can be used to charge the battery, but in the modeling, the storage can be charged by the grid in all cases.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks. And sorry to drag it back. It's once I get it, it's simple. Every time I look at the chart, I go, okay, do I really have this? Do I really understand it? So thanks for being patient with me.
Yeah, well, ELCCs are pretty technical. So no, I appreciate you slowing me down.
And then, there's just Ryan's got a question on solar shapes. So I know we've discussed solar shapes before, but can you remind me what is the basis for the solar shapes used for the analysis? Is it based on a set of historical locations, or is it using something like NSRDB and NREL's SAM tool?
Yeah, it's using the latter. So we're using the NSRDB and the SAM tool to create the hourly profiles. The NREL data sets go back to 1998. So we've got specific sites within Santee Cooper. I can't recall, maybe up to 10 or so sites to get to the, roughly 1,000 to 2,000 megawatts of storage. So you're looking at, 100 to 200 megawatt type projects. And yeah, so we're using the NREL data set. It has a radiance data back to 1998. So we've got very good data from 98 forward. Then we use the correlation between solar and load for that period, 98 to 2020, to backcast what solar would be in 1980, 1985. So a similar load day in 1980, January 1, we'll use the same solar shape that we saw in the 98 to 2020 period. And that was kind of a lot, but I think the simple answer to the question is it's all based on the NREL data set.
Yeah, but it's based on NREL and Santee Cooper footprint.
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yep. So we had this slide, really kind of has some feedback from the stakeholders last time. We want to make sure that as these ELCCs are used downstream in a CapEx model, expansion planning type model, that all the resources are on an equal playing field. And so we're thinking through with Santee Cooper exactly how we want to ensure that. When we think about new resources in the model, which I'm sure will probably be discussed later today and in future meetings, think about new gas resources, you're probably looking at an E4, 5% or less. We know storage, fairly new in the large utility scale size to really understand how their E4s are going to be. They are a little more uncertain, and similar with solar. But we're discussing ways to make sure that we capture this. And so in our ELCC modeling to date, we have modeled solar and storage against a perfect resource. So we're considering, are there ways to increase that solar and storage ELCC slightly to be on par with maybe a gas E4 to ensure that there's no disadvantages there.
And just refresh everybody on what E4 is, equivalent forced outage rate. So just make sure we all see that picture the same way.
Yep, equivalent forced outage rate. And when we think about the existing thermal fleet for Santee Cooper, we did go, as I said earlier, we kind of went back and looked at correlated winter outages, trying to understand if there's major fuel supply or equipment failures during cold periods, and we just have not seen that in the data. So I think a representation for the existing thermal fleet is probably 1 minus E4. We're not seeing these significant correlated outages in the historical data set for Santee Cooper.
But in layman's terms, E4 is, we asked it to run and it wasn't able to run, right?
Correct. So yeah, basically in most layman's terms would say a 5% E4, that the unit was available 95% of the time.
95, yeah, okay, yeah.
So it was available 95% of the time, it was out 5% of the time. So if I roll the dice 100 times, 5 of those times it's going to be unavailable. Yep.
Okay, great.
So we're still thinking through some nuances here around forced outages, just to make sure resources are incremental resources that are being determined are on a equal playing field from a capacity value standpoint. Next slide. So that was the ELCC study and the PRM study. How are we doing on time, Stuart? I'm seeing it's 11:30. Okay.
I got my eye on the clock. I think your pace is fine. This is a meaty topic. I don't think you need to speed up. I think we're doing fine.
Okay. So let's talk about the integration study, where we are. I spent a significant amount of June really kind of locking down the thermal resource inputs. So when you think about an integration study, ramp rates are important, heat rates, min up, min down, startup times, and so forth are important for a for an integration study where we're looking at 5-minute dispatch and ramp. And so we've been finalizing kind of those assumptions. We started some simulations late this month. We're expecting some draft results in the July, August timeframe. So that's kind of where we are. I'm going to go through a couple of some of the assumptions and inputs on the next few slides. Just kind of a refresher on the scope. So we're really planning to look at different levels of solar tranches. So we're going from 500 to 2,000 and 500 megawatt blocks. We're looking at several different scenarios. So kind of the base case is assuming that a 2-on-1 combined cycle gets built by the 2029 timeframe to replace the Winya coal. So that'll be kind of our base case. We'll understand what integration costs are associated with that case. Then we're looking at a couple alternative scenarios, one with a 1-on-1 CC and 2 oil CTs, and then one with a 1-on-1 CC, and we actually start adding some storage and trying to understand if we have storage on the system by then, how the integration costs change. We're also considering a seams type sensitivity where we add a little bit more flexibility to the system, knowing that the seams market is coming. We do know there's some limitations in that. I mean, there's got to be, I think it may be 15 to 30 minutes ahead that you have to procure that across in the markets. And so getting that exactly right, that seams market may not have as much benefit on an instantaneous 5 and 10 minute level. But we're looking at adding a sensitivity for that as well. Next slide. I do think there were a couple questions from stakeholders last time, just kind of understanding our process. So I wanted to highlight this one more time. So essentially, we start with a base case with no solar in the case. We get the system to 0.1 LOLE. And then we understand kind of what are the operating reserves that we've kind of seen historically, and what are we seeing in this study, kind of compare to set a benchmark for number of flexibility excursions or events that we see in the study. And that's our baseline. We want to represent a reasonable amount of operating reserves. And really what's driving the flexibility events in the base case with no solar would really just be load volatility and generator outages. So that's kind of our starting point. I mean, what we have seen in the system is that Santee Cooper being a 5,000 megawatt system with large units on it, is that there's actually a lot of operating reserves on the system just due to unit commitment and ramping issues, right? So you may have to commit a coal unit, and at night you may have excess operating reserves. So we want to capture that in the base case. So then when we actually add solar, the solar, we're modeling the base case as realistic as possible. And then when we add solar, perhaps some of those excess operating reserves during shoulder periods or during the nighttime, well, not during the nighttime, but during shoulder periods across the day, can actually help integrate the solar. So we want to be able to capture that. So as we add the solar and we add its intra-hour volatility to the model, we're going to increase these flexibility violations. So maybe they go from 3 to 5. Then we're just going to add operating reserves until we get back to the same level of flexibility events. I think there was a question maybe why we don't just determine the amount of operating reserves based on statistical solar data. Well, we think that actually kind of penalizes solar, because what will happen in our method is we'll take advantage of operating reserves that are already on the system during specific hours. So there may not be a need to actually add any operating reserves because they already exist. And so our method is what we think a little bit more accurate because it captures those reserves that are already on the system. I think that was a question that came up after the last meeting. We'll target specific hours, add these operating reserves until we get back to the same level of flexibility events. And then lastly, we'll calculate the solar integration cost, which really just calculate the cost between step 3 and step 2 and divide by the solar generation. And that will be the integration costs, and we'll do that for each of the 4 tranches. Next slide. So we talked, that was a good segue by Stuart a few minutes ago that talked about the hourly profiles that we have in the reserve market study. We're using those exact same hourly profiles in this study. But now we have to create intra-hour volatility. And so we're using historical 5-minute data for that. And we're looking at different tranches of solar. And I'll back up. This is actually the load volatility first. I was thinking this was solar, but the load volatility, this is based on 1 year of historical data for Santee Cooper. And so this chart represents kind of the 5-minute expected divergence. So we have a forecast on an hourly basis. This shows the unexpected movement that we might see on a 5-minute basis. So on the x-axis, we have normalized load output, 0 to roughly 100%, even though the 100 is not shown on the chart. And then we've got what we're calling this 5-minute divergence. So load can essentially move by close to 5% on a 5-minute basis. And so this volatility, which is in all the cases in the study, it really drives the flexibility events in the no solar case. And again, that's based on 1 year of 5-minute data, so roughly 105,000 points. Next slide.
Now, well, okay, can you,
Yeah.
I want to make sure I get the blue cloud right.
Yeah.
So am I looking at, so that if I interpret this correctly, are we saying plus or minus 5%? If I look over at, say, right around 47, that line, I see some blue dots down at the minus 4.8 and some blue dots up at the plus 4.8. So am I seeing, you're saying we could see plus or minus 5% load? Is that how I read it?
That's correct. So, if we're at 50% of peak load or 47% of peak load, obviously there's a ton of points that are within plus or minus 1%.
Sure.
We can have draws where the load moved by 4 or 5% at that level. So this is based on the total peak load. So if we're looking at 5% as kind of the worst case, we could see load move 250 megawatts. So I'm kind of backing into a 5,000 megawatt peak load. I move 5%. So I could potentially see load move by 200 to 250 megawatts away from where I thought it was going to move in 5 minutes.
Got it. And if I'm reading this correctly, it would seem to imply that there's less volatility the closer I get to 100%.
That's correct. You see a little bit of benefit, and so it's likely you have less weather, less maybe cloud cover, and so at that hottest day, you're likely going to have a little bit less.
You're just it's hot or it's really cold. You're just going to have load. It's kind of the message, I think.
Right.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. I get it.
Okay. We can go to the next slide. And so that's the load volatility. It's in all the cases. And now let's talk about the solar volatility. So we talked about the hourly profiles, the same study, the same hourly profiles that are in the reserve margin study are also in here. We have to overlay some volatility. And so we relied on historical solar data. But as we increase solar, there's a lot of diversity benefit. We expect that the solar is going to get put in lots of different locations. So you're going to get some geographical diversity as you add this solar. So what this chart's showing is x-axis is solar penetration. And then y-axis is that, similar to what we saw on the previous chart, is kind of that 5-minute deviation from the smooth shape. And I've got some scatter plots just like the load for the solar in a minute, but this just kind of shows you at all 4 different tranches, kind of my 95th percentile 5-minute deviation. So what Servum's going to do, it's going to have a forecast based on the hourly shape it's going to have a forecast, and it's going to assume a smooth shape between the hourly profiles. Between each hourly point, it's going to find the smoothest shape possible, and that's what we're calling the forecast. So solar may still go up from noon to 1. So if I picture 2 points, I've got one at noon and 1 p.m. Server's going to assume this smooth shape between it, but we know that that's probably not, or we know that's not what's going to happen in actuality. And so what this 5-minute deviation is how far was I from that smooth forecast. So what this says, look at the chart again, at 500 megawatts of solar penetration, I could have 3% away from my forecast. So 3% times 500 megawatts. So it's a pretty small value, 15 megawatts. But that's the 95th percentile. If we took the max, it'd be a little bit higher. But this chart really shows the diversity benefit that we get when we add more and more solar, at least from the deviation perspective. The actual megawatt movement is still higher though. If I look at my 2,000 megawatt point and I assume 2% is my deviation, well, that's roughly 40 megawatts. So while at 500, I may be at 15 megawatts of deviation. At 2,000, I'm at 40. But this again is 95th percentile, so there's points that can be higher than this as far as the deviation. If we go to the next slide, we can kind of see that. So this is for the 500 megawatt solar tranche. Recall we saw the 3% for 500 on the last chart, and that represents the 95th percentile, which you can see there's a lot of points below and above 3%, and the extremes can get as high as 15, plus or minus 15%. So kind of the worst movement that we'll see in our simulations for 500 solar would be 15%. And 15% of 500 megawatts is roughly 75 megawatts. So kind of the worst case 5-minute movement that we may have to manage away from the forecast would be 75 megawatts in the 500 megawatt case. Again, you see similar to load on those blue sky type days. If we go far out to the right, on a blue sky type day, the volatility is actually pretty low, right? Because there's just not a lot of cloud cover. We're in that hot sunny day. So it's more when you're operating at 50% of your total output that you start seeing some of these cloud movements that can cause the volatility and see solar ramp up and down.
Okay. And Jonathan Lee's got a question that I think is right in this area is, what are the assumptions about the siting of solar resources shown in the solar volatility chart? I know we talked a little bit about, your assumptions about solar, but I think it's right on with this because you were talking about, not having cloud cover all in the same place. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
That's a good question. So the hourly profiles, there's roughly 10 or 12 sites, but the volatility, which gets overlaid on the hourly, is actually based on a neighboring utilities data, and they actually have a very broad level of solar. So if anything, from a volatility perspective, I mean, there's potential that we could be overstating the diversity benefits. This utility has significant solar across the Carolinas, and it's got significant small projects as well. So I think the diversity benefit in here, if anything, could be slightly high compared to what Santee Cooper will actually see. So it is something we've mentioned in potential sensitivity that maybe the diversity benefit's a little bit high. Lost my train of thought.
Well, but I guess
that it represents a wide geographical diversity across the Carolinas, because Santee Cooper just didn't have any historical data. They don't have solar on their system, so we had to rely on a neighboring utility who was gracious enough to provide the data.
Right, and so just to make sure I understand that correctly, if Santee Cooper were to put not that it could, but if it were to put all of the solar resources in the same geographic location, then we might be worried about this analysis. But if it were projects spread all over South Carolina, then this analysis is probably closer to being on the money. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah. This definitely is representative of a portfolio that's has a lot of geographical diversity.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. Thank you.
So that's the 500, and I think my last 3 slides are really just the same plot as we inch up. So we've got 1,000 megawatts, and you'll see the percentage on the y-axis shrink slightly because we're getting a little bit more diversity benefit with the higher tranche. I think at the 500 we saw plus or minus 15. Now it looks like we're more like plus or minus 11%. If we keep kind of scrolling through, let's jump to the 1500, which is the next slide. You're going to see that plus or minus 11% decrease a little more. So now you're down to plus or minus 9%. And then the 2000 megawatt, which is the last slide. You see it shrink even more. And so we're getting that diversity benefit. Now on a megawatt amount, we're still probably getting more deviation, but we're getting that benefit of the diversity. So that's what's going in the base case study. And if anything, again, I'll just reiterate, Stuart, I think if anything, the diversity benefit could be a little bit too high here because we're looking at solar projects that really cover all of South and North Carolina for the 5-minute volatility. But the hourly profiles are based on specific sites within the Santee Cooper region.
Okay, but it would be, presumably then it would be pretty straightforward to, review and refine this analysis if Santee Cooper identified where all its sites were going to be over the next X number of years. You could rerun the analysis and see whether you're getting that diversity benefit or not. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, it's not that easy. What you would really like to have is their historical data of their projects, which of course we're not going to have for a few years. So we have to assume something. Okay. And this data set is given to us on an aggregate basis. So we don't have the site specific for this study from the neighboring utility. And so there would be a little bit of work, but I think what we could do is there could be some guesses, some informed analysis that would say, let's make this 2000 volatility, let's inch it up a little bit because we think our diversity benefit's a little bit too high because it's covering too broad of a region. So we could potentially go take each of these charts and allow the volatility to increase a little bit and run sensitivities to understand its impact.
Yeah, I mean, that would seem to make sense. There's some sense. I mean, if you're using data from the Carolinas, I get it. It's going to be influenced by the sites in North Carolina, and running some sensitivities to see how much exposure that could create. I think is that seems like a pretty reasonable approach. But it's so if I understand it correctly, you're not penalizing solar. You're actually giving a large distributed solar fleet the benefit of the doubt in this case.
We are.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thanks. When I first saw these charts, it's like, oh boy, this can be fun.
I know.
So, but it's a lot of analysis, a lot of, oh my goodness, there's lots of stuff behind each of those dots. So, okay. I think so that's it for you, right?
So
we're right up on we're right up on our lunch break. We're a couple of minutes ahead, which I think is fine. Looks like, no open questions at the moment. Any questions from stakeholders from any of the topics we've covered this morning? If not, why don't we go ahead and break? We'll come back at 1. That's just so that anybody who's reviewed the agenda, we don't want to start ahead of schedule and have people miss the piece of the conversation that they were looking for. So hopefully we've had a better pace today in terms of covering the information, and we'll see you all back at 1 o'clock. Okay, it's 1 p.m. We've got a full afternoon, so why don't we go ahead and get started? I'd like to turn it over to Chris Wagner to take us through a quick discussion on transmission system consideration. So Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. My name is Chris Wagner. I'm a Director of Transmission Planning for Santee Cooper, and I'm going to provide a brief overview of the Santee Cooper transmission system. Next slide. So the combined Santee Cooper central owned transmission system covers the bulk of the state and consists of over 5,000 miles of transmission line, serving approximately 2 million South Carolinians. Santee Cooper is responsible for the planning, operations, and maintenance of this transmission system, which is an integral part of the electric infrastructure in the state. The system is also interconnected with neighboring utilities and is part of the broader Eastern interconnection. The transmission system was planned over the years to serve load from baseload resources located relatively close to major load centers. The 230 kV network, next slide, sorry. The 230 kV network consists of 1,477 miles of line and serves as the backbone for the transfer of bulk power across the system. It's predominantly used to move power from generating resources to load centers. It's not intended to directly serve load, and delivery point substations are not connected or tapped onto our network 230 kV lines. The 115 and 69 kV networks consists of 1,939 and 1,731 miles of line respectively, and are intended to directly serve delivery point substations through both network and radial facilities. The 115 kV network covers most of the eastern and southern portions of the system, while the 69 kV network covers most of the northern portions of the system west of the coastline. Santee Cooper is highly interconnected with neighboring utilities, as you can see in the table at the bottom of the slide. Note that the high number of interconnections with Dominion Energy South Carolina and Duke Energy Progress are a function of how overlapped our systems are in certain areas of the state. We have a long history of working with our neighbors to coordinate planning activities on the transmission system, which at times results in the identification of opportunities to interconnect that are mutually beneficial and result in a more efficient solution to mitigate an identified constraint. Next. This diagram shows the current baseload generating resources in relation to the 230 kV transmission network. Note the large number of 230 kV facilities in the east when compared to the rest of the system, and generally emanating from the Cross and Wynya generating stations toward areas along the coast. Next. Now with the load heat map overlaid, you'll notice the concentration of load along the coastal regions of the state in Horry, Georgetown areas, as well as the Charleston, Berkeley, Dorchester County, and Hilton Head Island areas. While low growth is occurring in other areas, low growth in the Horry, Georgetown, and the Charleston, Berkeley, Dorchester County areas continue to significantly outpace the rest of the system. The retirement of the Wynya generating station removes approximately 30% of the total generation that supports these areas, and will require a significant number of new transmission facilities to be constructed if replacement resources are not located in or near these load centers. The majority of these new transmission facilities would be 230 kV and would create new network paths from the replacement generating sources to the load centers. Procuring replacement resources from off system through a purchase power agreement would almost certainly add additional transmission facility needs on both the Santee Cooper and neighboring systems. Next. Finally, import capability. Another impact of the Wynya retirement can be seen on our interfaces with other utilities. As generation is reduced near load centers, flows across our interfaces with neighboring utilities increase to a point where it constrains the interface and our ability to import energy. This is frequently encountered during periods where it makes sense for Santee Cooper to leverage off-system energy market through economy energy purchases. Our import capability is constrained at times as native generation is decreased, resulting in increased flows on network facilities on Santee Cooper system and other neighboring systems. The large-scale retirement of existing resources on the Santee Cooper system, specifically those near the coast, and replacement with off-system resources would require significant transmission facility additions on both the Santee Cooper and neighboring systems. Reliance on off-system purchases also creates a much higher exposure to Santee Cooper customer load during transmission curtailments, which have occurred during times of congestion. There's also the risk of stranded transmission investments over time in the event that firm purchases become less available and the resource mix continues to evolve or becomes more distributed. So
Chris,
that again is just a brief overview of the transmission system for Santee Cooper.
Chris, just a couple of clarification questions. These are coming from me. Sorry, the transmission guy in me is sneaking out. With the loss of, or the retirement of WINYA or the reduction of on-system generation, are the constraints on the transmission system, are they thermal or transfer capacity limits from a thermal basis, or are they voltage related, or are they both?
So we have a little bit of both. Kind of depends on the region we're talking. Generally, what we see is as we reduce generation near the load centers, we tend to have some voltage concerns. We tend to have under contingency conditions, but we also have thermal limitations. So as you reduce that generation, the flows from other sources are going to increase, and that can create a thermal condition, a thermal overload condition under contingency conditions.
Okay. And then you said, which makes sense to me, that, if you were doing off-system purchases, that it would require basically bulk, sort of 230 kV additions. How long does it take to site and permit 230 kV these days in South Carolina?
Yeah, so that can depend greatly on a lot of variables. Are we using existing corridors, existing right-of-way, or do we have to get new right-of-way? Are we kind of blazing a new trail across a corridor? It can vary greatly. What we see is that it takes a lot longer than it used to, certainly. We're generally seeing, 5+ year lead times on any significant 230 kV projects. That can get that can grow significantly depending on some of the environmental impacts.
Now, is that 5 years to get the approval or 5 years to build?
That's generally 5 years to build. So the approval process is within that, but generally from a start to finish, 5+ years to build. If we're looking at large scale system wide upgrades, you've got to factor in outages you've got to take, that sort of thing, and that can significantly increase that lead time.
Sure. You might not be able to do all of them together. It might have to go in sequence. Okay, great.
Right. They're not parallel. They're kind of series activities.
All right. Good. All right. That's helpful. Other questions from stakeholders? Well, we're just taking a breath. Okay.
Thank you,
Chris. I appreciate it. Sorry, my mic didn't want to come off mute. So now I'll turn it over to Bob Davis, who will take us through the major assumptions. How you doing, Bob?
Good afternoon. Hear me okay, Stuart?
I sure can.
Okay. So before I get started here, I do want to apologize ahead of time in case I sound a little scripted today. We have a lot of points to get across here, and I want to make sure that we don't drop anything ahead of time. So want to thank you all for being here. What's that?
I said it is a full afternoon.
Yes. So I want to thank you all for being here and for all the input and participation that you guys have offered along the way. We have heard your comments. We have reviewed your recommendations, and we'll try to address most of them today. With regard to whether we adopt or don't adopt your recommendations, as you can well imagine, we can't adopt everything that's recommended, but we certainly understand your concerns, and we're considering various, as you'll hear today, various methods or techniques that we may be able to apply to our evaluation as we go along. So next slide. Before we get started, I want to make sure we said this last time, but just so you know, it's important to note that we are still reviewing and developing various assumptions that we're going to discuss in this following section. We recognize that economic and market conditions are currently quite volatile, given post-COVID inflation issues, supply chain issues, and the war in Ukraine. So we want to make sure that, with all these uncertainties, Santee Cooper will continue to monitor the conditions, and we may choose to modify certain assumptions, especially those that are economic or market related, as global market conditions change. So just want to make sure. Next slide, please. We went over these last time, the financial assumptions. Nothing has changed. We're obviously still, focused on inflationary issues because those continue to change. But for the moment, we're going to stick with the assumptions we demonstrated to you last time. Some of the key financing and economic conditions that we've modeled. Long-term inflation, we're assuming at 2.3%. That's based upon a recent report by the Philly Fed. We're borrowing and utilizing weighted cost of debt based upon financial advice from Santee Cooper's financial advisors, as well as the same for short-term commercial paper, which we use for financing debt during construction periods. And then, of course, the discount rate, we're just adopting a discount rate that's identical to our long-term weighted cost of debt. I will keep in mind that these assumptions, just for consideration, if people feel, well, yeah, but the inflation rate currently is a very large number, keep in mind that these projections are long-term. So these are 20-year, 40-year type study assumptions, and they aren't meant to depict what may transpire over just the next few months. Next slide. So fuel price forecast, obviously a critical component of any integrated resource plan. Our intent is to adopt the precedent that's already been established by Duke and Dominion in their IRP filings. This precedent established the use of fundamental forecast when developing fuel prices for use in IRPs. We're proposing to use an average of a couple of fundamental forecasts, including the annual energy outlook, the 2022 annual energy outlook from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and recent fundamental forecasts published by S&P Global. We intend to use the AEP and the AEO and the S&P forecast for natural gas, coal, and diesel fuel prices. We'll use fundamental forecasts for the entire study period. I know that if you look back at the Duke and Dominion forecast, they were using forward prices for the very short-term period of time. Essentially, the Public Service Commission said and asked Duke to limit their fundamental forecast to no more than 18 months. Since Santee Cooper really doesn't have a whole lot of resource planning decisions within that short-term period, we felt it just made sense, and it simplifies the evaluation to use a fundamental forecast over the entire period. So while short-term prices over the next year to 2 years may not track precisely current market conditions, nonetheless, we feel that this long-term fundamental forecast is appropriate for use in developing our long-term portfolios. Will be used for nuclear fuel, which is kind of probably the outlier here. We'll be utilizing a nuclear fuel price forecast developed by Dominion for their VC Summer nuclear facility. Natural gas price forecast. As we talked last time, we were planning on utilizing the AEO and the S&P, and what you see in the chart on the right here is that you see a monthly natural gas price forecast for Henry Hub for the low, medium, and high price sensitivities that we intend to use for the IRP. The median price forecast was derived from an average of the AEO reference case, and an S&P forecast for Henry Hub. The low and high sensitivity cases are developed from the AEO reference case, the relative difference between the AEO reference case and the AEO high oil and gas supply case and the low oil and gas supply cases published in the AEO. Relative monthly price patterns are based upon recent forward prices for Henry Hub. Those don't change a whole lot over time, so we felt fairly comfortable that those would be good metrics and indicators for the monthly price patterns. Neither the AEO nor the S&P forecast include monthly price forecasts. Both of those are annual price type forecasts. To these Henry Hub prices, we're going to add variable pipeline charges. We're going to drive those pipeline charges based upon existing tariffs to show delivered gas prices from the Gulf Coast area to South Carolina. Additionally, as we discussed during the prior stakeholder meeting, we'll also be modeling fixed cost of transportation for new firm combined cycle, for new getting firm gas supply for new combined cycle resources. We would also note that we received suggestions from stakeholders through the IRP forum to add 2 additional natural gas price sensitivities cases. These sensitivities would utilize as a starting point relatively high prices for 2022 and 2023 that are published by the EIA in their short-term energy outlook, and then apply long-term price escalation from the AEO forecast. Santee Cooper would like to respectfully decline adopting this approach. We would note that findings and evidence submitted during the Dominion IRP docket found that applying long-term fundamental price escalation to transient short-term market prices has the effect of extrapolating short-term market dynamics throughout the forecast horizon. Instead, the fundamental price should be used without alteration to correctly reflect market fundamentals contained in that long-term price forecast. We would also like to note that current forward prices for the remainder of 2022 are already 25% lower than the short-term energy outlook price that was recommended by the stakeholders. Additionally, using a 2023 short-term energy outlook price as a starting price as recommended by the stakeholders yields a price forecast very similar to our high natural gas price sensitivity case that we're already planning on modeling for the IRP process. So we think we have this fairly well handled, at least under the 2023 recommendation that was promoted by the stakeholders. And we would suggest that utilizing a recent high price, which we've already seen volatile natural gas prices fluctuate significantly from, and holding that high price essentially perpetually over the study period, it just does not and is inconsistent with the precedent that's been set for IRPs in the state of South Carolina and the preference that we've seen promoted by the PSC. Next slide, please. Coal price forecast, where the chart at the right depicts the price for bituminous coal delivered to Santee Cooper that we intend to use for the IRP. Prices have been derived from an average of the AEO and the S&P forecast for Appalachian and Illinois-based coal basins that are currently used by Santee Cooper to supply coal to its resources. And then we'll utilize and add to that a forecast coal rail delivery cost to get delivered coal prices for Santee Cooper. Similar to the method we used to develop sensitivity cases for natural gas prices, low and high sensitivity cases are developed based upon the relative difference between the AEO reference case and the high and low oil and gas supply cases published in the annual energy outlook. We will note that there's a much narrower distribution between the low, medium, and high price forecast for coal as compared to the natural gas price forecast. This distribution is largely driven by the AEO long-term view of significantly lower demand for coal, which tends to reduce the overall price for coal and reduce the sensitivity that you might see on variations in coal price for different demand levels. Similar to recommendations that we've made for natural gas, the stakeholders also recommended using a starting coal price tied to recent market conditions along with a long-term price escalation borrowed from the AEO. Again, Santee Cooper would respectfully decline from using this approach as it is inconsistent with findings and evidence submitted in the other IRP dockets. Next slide. CO2 price. Last time we presented to the group that we were still up in the air about developing the CO2 prices. So we're putting forth a recommendation at this point in time. And with respect to modeling CO2 sensitivities, we will be modeling a CO2 tax within its portfolio optimization and dispatch simulations. We are recommending the use of projections tied to the US government projections for the social cost of carbon, with a high CO2 price based upon the social cost of carbon at a 3% discount rate and a medium case based upon a 5% discount rate. Our low case for CO2 price sensitivity would assume no carbon tax. These CO2 price forecasts are generally in line with the CO2 price forecasts that we have seen used by Duke and Dominion in their most recent IRP filings. Next slide, please. So new resource options. Let's first talk about combined cycles, combustion turbines, and reciprocating internal combustion engines. As we talked last time at our last stakeholder meeting, Santee Cooper has utilized the TagWeb database published by the Electric Power Research Institute to develop assumptions for new combined cycle, combustion turbine, and RICE units. The TagWeb database is an integrated web-based software tool that provides cost and performance data on electric power generating technologies. And in one form or another, the TAG has been published by EPRI for several decades, during which it has been relied upon by industry, electric utility industry for many years. Santee Cooper has utilized TagWeb for information on capital cost, O&M cost, heat rates, and other operating characteristics, with adjustments for Santee Cooper to reflect estimated labor costs specific to Santee Cooper and resource performance characteristics depicting local ambient conditions. Capital and O&M cost escalation will be based upon NREL's ATB forecast to be consistent with assumptions used for solar, battery, and wind technologies, which will be discussed in a few slides. Next slide.
So Bob, before you move off that slide,
Sure.
so I'm familiar with EPRI and NREL. Are these, is it your, and I know you all work with lots of different utilities, are these pretty standard reference points for combined cycle, simple cycle? And
I'd say the EPRI numbers are very consistent, and we've actually gone back and compared some of the EPRI numbers to other data sources that are readily available, such as the Annual Energy Outlook publishes a set of assumptions, and we have found the EPRI information to be credible and a valuable source for use. I would also point you back to the Dominion, or excuse me, the Duke analysis that was recently conducted, and Duke was also relying upon EPRI as a credible source to support their IRP evaluations.
And then is it your experience that NREL's estimates for these types of resources use similar economic drivers as their estimates for renewable resources? So I mean, is it do they have a common baseline?
With regard to the long-term cost escalation on capital and O&M cost, which is the only component that we're borrowing from NREL, at least for these more traditional fossil fuel fired generating resources, EPRI is utilizing a consistent set of underlying macroeconomic conditions to support their long-term cost escalation. So we're also there's a couple different components that get included in NREL besides just general macroeconomic. There's also technological improvements. So that's why you see significantly declining cost on sub-technologies such as solar and wind and battery, where you're only going to see very moderate declines in any of the more traditional fossil fuel resource characteristics. But we felt it was better to include our escalation parameters from a consistent source rather than utilize separate sources or different sources for that assumption. That way we do maintain that level of consistency regarding the broader macroeconomic conditions as well as issues relating to supply chain issues.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up. It's been a question that surfaced from some stakeholders in other IRPs, sort of using, one source for one type of technology and one source for another. So I thought it was worth making sure we covered that.
Yeah, and we're still digging into it. So don't think that we're going to end up with declining cost curves here that are 3% below inflation or anything like that. We're talking small fractional percents below inflation for these traditional technologies.
Okay. Yeah, and the other, well, when we get to renewables, I've got more questions. So I'll bite my tongue for now.
Okay. Go ahead, next slide. This slide is really for the stakeholders. We wanted to make sure that I know while some of our neighboring utilities may or may not share in great detail these underlying assumptions, we wanted to go ahead and put this forward. If there is any major feedback on this, we'd like to hear from you, but we're anticipating that you're going to look at this and say, hey, these numbers are pretty much in line with the other groups and sources that we've seen. This is the sets of assumptions that we've pulled from EPRI with some minor adjustments. You've got capacity rating, capital cost on $1 per kW, full load heat rates, fixed O&M cost, non-fuel variable O&M cost, forced outage rates, and annual maintenance rates. These are not inconsistent with numbers that you would see across the industry. I will point out that there are some assumptions that are still under review. For instance, the O&M cost and the O&M cost depict fully loaded cost, including property tax and insurance. We're still working through the nuances on those and may make some minor adjustments to make them specific to Santee Cooper, since Santee Cooper is technically a non-taxable entity, but does pay pilots or payments in lieu of taxes to local government jurisdictions.
So before we move off this, Aramet, sorry if I didn't get that right, asked a question. I think some of the information that he's asking about is covered on the slide, but I'm not sure all of it is. I'll just read it. I don't see anything regarding operational flexibility parameters such as startup costs, part load heat rates, ramp rates, minimum up down times, and ambient temperature D rates. Are these characteristics being modeled? And if so, what are their assumed values? Are they in the EPRI tag web? These characteristics are important to value as more intermittent solar comes online.
We are certainly modeling every single one that was mentioned as part of our underlying assumptions in our dispatch model. As we talked about previously and talked a little bit about today, we aren't getting into sub-hourly simulations within our portfolio evaluation. That's not our intent to get down to that level of detail, but we will be simulating, obviously, standard operating requirements and load following. So it is necessary to simulate the flexible capability of the resources. And we certainly will be modeling ambient or seasonal characteristics of the resource, not only just pure summer, winter, but looking at spring and fall characteristics also. We're gonna generalize some of those assumptions. For instance, our winter may be typical of some peak conditions during 3 months of the winter. Same thing for the summer, and then 3 months each in the spring and the fall is not uncharacteristic for the way that utilities will typically model resource options. So those type of level of detail, and certainly with regard to start costs associated with these assets, minimum up and down times, ramp rates, et cetera, those will be included for purposes of our dispatch simulation.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Next slide. So purchase power options. There was some interest in this from stakeholders too, to make sure that we're both, what were we modeling for 2028 and why did we hit a cliff when we hit 2029, and also to make sure that we are simulating something as a purchase power option for future resource planning. We intend to simulate, at least in the near term, through 2028, which, keep in mind, is our end of 2028 is when we're planning on retiring the Wynya generating facility. So we'll end up with a capacity shortfall at that point in time due to the retirement of the Wynya asset. So, but in the near term, we're planning on modeling short-term capacity purchases and associated energy from those assets based upon forecasts developed by the Energy Authority, who is the market participant and market agent for Santee Cooper, and is for several municipalities throughout the Southeast. They have a good view of the market and a good understanding of what we can currently go out and buy capacity and energy from market participants. It's our intent that at least through 2028, that we look to the market for those transactions. It's unlikely that we're going to be able to get any major facilities built within that period of time, permitted and built within that period of time. So we have to look to market opportunities. Don't want everybody to think that we're just going to fill that need with PPAs for those cases, especially under our net zero case, as well as just consideration in general. We'll also be looking to renewable assets, which we know can get landed and permitted quicker. As soon as we have an approved renewable procurement plan and policy in place and approved by the Public Service Commission. So we aren't wholly looking at capacity purchases as alternatives, but wanted to recognize that our chance of getting a new unit permitted and constructed prior to 2028 is limited. The other thing that I want to mention with regard to PPAs is we'll also be looking at purchase options beyond 2028 by simulating tolling agreements on a new combined cycle asset. By modeling a tolling agreement, which is essentially securing or purchasing the capacity on the assets as a means to acquire combined cycle equivalent energy. We'll pay a fixed charge associated with those assets, but we'll toll the energy through it essentially in a heat rate conversion. So we'll be looking at heat rates that are typically comparable to our existing combined cycles, capacity and energy costs that are comparable or reasonably comparable to the underlying assumptions that we're making for Santee Cooper. So we're essentially putting in place a purchase that could work as an offset or a replacement for Santee Cooper building its own assets. Of course, when we think about that, as Chris mentioned earlier, there are limitations on what can be imported into Santee Cooper from surrounding or neighboring territories. So if we were to identify that a PPA was the cheapest option, we'd also need to consider transmission support at the same point in time. Next slide, please. Santee Cooper intends to model future solar resources as resource options within the power supply planning analysis. We intend to model the solar resources as PPA options so that we can take advantage through that PPA pricing, the investment tax credit or ITC that's normally embedded or baked into that pricing structure through a solar PPA. The chart at the right depicts a levelized cost of energy, or LCOE in the chart, for new solar resources installed in a specific year going forward. So that would represent a fixed price that Santee Cooper could be able to acquire from market participants, assuming that they're modeling the same cost for future technologies and operating costs and et cetera that are simulated in the ATB. So the blue line or the solid line there reflects a cost that's consistent with what the NREL reports in its annual technology baseline, with some minor adjustments to a couple minor assumptions. The dotted line on the chart also reflects essentially 10-year tranche type pricing. In other words, the average over that same period of time. We're not certain yet, and we aren't certain whether it's going to be the solid or the dashed line within our IRP evaluation. We wanted to make stakeholders aware of it though, because at the end of the day, it may be simpler for us to model 10-year tranches of a fixed price, just from the standpoint of simplifying the optimization analysis for portfolio expansion in Encompass. We're in the process of reviewing the 2022 ATB, which just came out within the last 2 weeks. I believe the initial release webinar from NREL occurred this morning. So it's fresh off the presses. We haven't fully reviewed it yet, so we didn't want to update our charts too quickly and prematurely. And we will be updating projections as appropriate, though. As part of our review, we'll also be looking at assumptions that are used in the ATB for financing costs, debt leverage, the ITC safe harbor, degradation, efficiency improvements, et cetera, and may adjust or simplify some of these assumptions if it looks like it's appropriate. There are times when NREL assumes some complexity within their assumptions that, just for the purposes of making sure that everyone understands the underlying assumptions, it may be appropriate to simplify some of those assumptions. They typically do not have major impacts on the cost shape. We intend to use the moderate case that's published in the ATB, and we intend to assume a 30-year life for solar resources. So we aren't going to shortchange it. We're going to develop a diversified production profile for solar resources. In other words, assuming geographic diversity of multiple sites across the state or the Santee Cooper service territory. And we'll utilize the NREL System Advisor Model, or SAM tool, to develop those diversified production profiles. We'll also be utilizing the Elcc and cost of integration based upon the Estrope studies.
And so Bob, Mike's got a question. I know we've talked a little bit about it in the past, but you know, and there are a number of questions about ITC, PTC that the back office folks are answering, and I think they're all sort of nested together. So Mike's question is, could Santee Cooper build and own the solar rather than going the PPA route? And I know you've talked a little bit about this before in terms of it's the implications on tax credits, et cetera. But maybe you could just take a couple of minutes and talk about that.
Sure. So as those are familiar, Santee Cooper is a publicly owned utility, which means that we cannot access the investment tax credit. We have no income taxes that we're paying in order to apply either the investment tax credit or the production tax credit against. So at the end of the day, it's almost always beneficial for a municipal utility, a public utility, to utilize a PPA for solar resources and wind resources so that we can acquire that ITC or PTC through the pricing mechanism. We will obviously in the future continue to look at self-build resources versus PPA options. If there ever comes a time when it's apparent that we could work with a developer to build an asset that would be owned and operated by Santee Cooper, and it would actually be cheaper than securing power from a renewable asset through a PPA, we would be inclined obviously to do that because it's the more cost-effective route, assuming that other risks weren't imposed that would change your decision. But at the moment, we're generally assuming that the PPA route will be the cheapest alternative for Santee Cooper, and therefore the most desirable and probably the most appropriate to use within the IRP evaluation.
Yeah, so the implications are the tax credits are significant enough that allowing somebody to claim those and then pass that total netted down cost on to Santee Cooper would be cheaper than Santee doing it itself.
That's right. And you can see the early years, and then there's a pretty steep decline from, I believe it's 27 through 30. Those are predominantly indicative of the effects of the ITC and how you're assuming safe harbor tax-related implications with regard to the quantity of ITCs that can be claimed by a developer. That NREL has assumed, and that's one of the things we may modify that assumption just slightly to smooth out that curve a bit. What you see from 2030 and beyond, though, is a relatively constant line there. That's because the ITC at a given point in time, late 20s, converts over to a flat 10% under current IRS tax rules. So, you could argue that maybe when you get out into those later years, if the ITC was only 10%, could Santee Cooper use tax exempt debt in order to overcome that 10% ITC benefit? Possibly. And that's certainly a point in time when Santee Cooper would go to the market, issue a request for proposals under its procurement policy, and while at the same time look at what a self-build option might be to make sure that it's making the right choice between a PPA and a self-build.
Sure. So if your analysis is based on, these are the things that we know are achievable, and down the road, there's nothing that would stop Santee Cooper from making a different decision about PPA versus ownership if the ownership approach was more attractive to its members.
That's correct. Absolutely.
Yeah. So this is good. Okay, great. And Mike said, thanks. The discussion was helpful. Good. I'm glad. Thanks. Okay, Bob.
Okay, next slide. So batteries, I'm going to park here for a moment, and you'll get tired of me talking about this subject matter here soon, because there's several different issues to kind of address on batteries. First, let's talk about the technology costs for a minute. One of the major feedbacks that we got from stakeholders, and we listened to you guys, was that you felt that we should be modeling PPAs for batteries instead of a self-build option. One of the key issues for Santee Cooper, especially with batteries, is the flexibility of being able to operate those assets when we need to, especially during peak load conditions, which may mean charging those assets from the grid. There are limitations under the ITC with the quantity of energy that can be utilized from grid charging while still being able to acquire the ITC. And that limit currently, by current rules, is 25%. Essentially, your ITC is prorated downward for the amount of grid charging that you're doing. So there is perhaps a limit on the amount of flexibility that you can get out of a battery through a PPA. But we heard you loud and clear, and we said, okay, let's give the batteries the benefit of the doubt. We will assume that we can retain the flexibility we need with some grid charging at 25%. To be able to utilize and count on those assets as being available to provide both integration support for solar and wind assets, as well as providing firm capacity whenever called upon to support the system. So we've adopted a PPA approach. We're going to follow essentially the same technique and same approach that we're utilizing for solar, except that we're looking at a levelized cost of capacity. That levelized cost of capacity would be a payment that Santee Cooper would make to a battery owner or developer. We would be utilizing that battery. We would be supplying the charging energy and receiving the discharge energy when called upon. We assume that the battery and the owner-operator of the battery would be sufficiently flexible to allow us to utilize that battery as needed. So we aren't going to penalize the operating with any kind of operating restrictions on the batteries, but we are going to assign only a 75% of the ITC because we know with certainty that we're going to need some operating flexibility on that battery. So we felt that this was a fairly reasonable accommodation or compromise on simulating the battery. In this way, we get some PPA representation on the battery, but we chose to give it only 75% of the ITC rating to accommodate that dispatch flexibility versus the full 100% under the PPA price.
That's pretty interesting. But I mean, Peter and I were in one of these meetings with an investor-owned utility yesterday, and it's really interesting how much nuance there is when the entity doing an IRP is a public power entity, and so the it's interesting to notice that the answers to the questions are not quite as straightforward. So this is this is the first time in a long time I've seen this sort of intricate discussion about what's the right approach for, say, a battery system. So I think I'm glad you're taking a little time on this, because it's in other discussions, it's a pretty straightforward calculus. There's the value of the tax credit. PPA looks really good, for this type of entity, but a self-build option looks really good for investor-owned utilities that can take advantage of the tax credit. So it's an interesting nuance.
And I will mention, I should have mentioned this earlier, in order to get any ITC on battery, you have to show that it's being charged from renewable resources. So technically, the only way that we could purchase or secure a PPA would be from an entity that is locating a battery, essentially neighboring a solar facility that they also own. So we're kind of taking some pretty strong liberties here, but with assuming that the battery would be associated with a renewable asset. But we felt it was appropriate. We want to make sure that we aren't overcharging or overcosting. I guess that's poor topic there, poor language. Assigning too high of a cost on batteries, and we want to give it the benefit of the doubt to the extent possible.
Good, thanks. I'm glad you dug in. I think for Santee Cooper, it's not as straightforward as an answer as it is for some of its neighbors.
Right. So let me continue. I've still got my other 15 minutes here to go on batteries. The chart to the right depicts essentially an ATB price projection, like I said, utilizing a levelized cost of capacity. It utilizes the 75% IT benefit, like we've talked about previously. Again, these numbers are from the 2021 ATB, and we will be updating that after our review of the 2022 ATB to make sure that the cost of O&M, to recognize any increase in capital and O&M costs that might be projected by NREL. I will note the second solid line, or the brown solid line that's on here. This actually depicts some more recent numbers just developed over the last month or two, reported by EPRI in the EPRI tag web. That's utilizing the NREL cost escalation curve, but starting out with an EPRI price, which does show a significantly higher cost based upon current market observations of battery technology. I will tell you that our initial look at the NREL ATB indicates that they also are significantly increasing the cost of battery. So don't expect the lines to stay down where the blue line is now. It would not surprise me if they're up closer to the brown line by the time we finish updating for the 2022 ATB prices. We again intend to use a moderate case assumptions from the ATB, and we're going to assume a 20-year life for battery facilities. You know, there are some arguments that could be made that in order to acquire a 20-year life needs to assume some significant overbuild, some reduced cycling, some significant investment and augmentation on the battery facilities. We're assuming in general practice that the industry is going to adopt those type of practices in order to assume longer lives on batteries. 7-year, 5-year battery lives just are not going to cut it in the utility industry. And at least for PPA arrangements, we would assume that developers are going to have to make sure that they have significant investment in those assets to achieve those longer duration lives on the units. We also intend to model more than one configuration. So we intend to model at a minimum a 4-hour and an 8-hour battery configuration. We may go higher if we see that the Encompass model is selecting a significant amount of 8-hour batteries. Again, the 4-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour batteries are included in the NREL data. So we feel fairly confident that we can come up with some reasonably good assumptions for those assets. ELCC that we're modeling for battery will be reflected in the portfolio analysis based upon the results of the Estrope study, which we showed earlier. I'll also note that stakeholders have identified an interest in evaluating hybrid solar and storage resources. And we recognize that hybrid resources could play a significant role in future Santee Cooper renewable procurement activities. However, at this time, we would prefer to evaluate solar and storage resources separately to allow the model and allow for an evaluation of an optimum mix of solar and storage resources, instead of making a generalized assumption about the operating characteristics and also the price for hybrid facilities. We would also note that NREL, in its own documentation for the ATB facilities, has indicated that that there is significant uncertainty associated with the configuration of solar battery hybrid facilities. And as such, if we were to borrow the NREL numbers, they are somewhat generic in nature and may not be very consistent with the configurations that would be needed either for the Santee Cooper service territory or for the characteristics and operation that Santee Cooper would be expecting. So, when you think about pricing and what's the appropriate price for a hybrid facility, you have to also consider the performance requirements that a utility is going to place on a solar hybrid developer to make sure that that facility is meeting firm capacity obligations during peak events. So, there's a lot of uncertainty associated with those assets. The hybrid type facilities, we certainly are not going to dismiss them and want to encourage developers to bid into our renewable procurement RFPs in the future for hybrid facilities. But at this time, we think we'd actually be better served by allowing our portfolio optimization analysis to identify a mix of solar and battery resources. We think it's going to be much more informative and it'll give us much better information about what our future resource planning activities ought to be, even with regard to procuring future solar battery and hybrid facilities. One more thing, feedback received from stakeholders. We intend to further investigate how we might be able to simulate the value that battery resources, as well as fast response, RICE, and aeroderivative resources can provide for integrating solar and wind resources. I don't have an answer for you now on that subject, but we know we heard that from stakeholders, and to the extent possible, we will look to try to achieve and assign a value for those assets as we perform our resource portfolio optimizations.
Bob, I gotta take you back. There was a follow-up question on the EPRI tag web characteristics, things like part load heat rate, ramp rates, minimum downtimes, etc. And the response was, thank you for the insights, Bob. Will these assumptions be made public or will they remain confidential? And frankly, I can't remember whether the EPRI data set that you referred to is publicly available or it's available only to members.
It is not publicly available because we are making certain modifications to the underlying assumptions, et cetera. We can publish the assumptions we intend to utilize within our IRP, as we've done here in this presentation. We're still working on those assumptions. We will certainly, I believe we'll certainly publish them as part of this IRP process. And like several of the other assumptions that we've mentioned along the way, it's going to be later on. We're still working through assumptions. We want to get further into our evaluation process to make sure that we've got the right assumptions. There's not additional research that needs to be conducted before we finalize our assumptions. Sometimes you don't know until you actually start simulating and you say, wait a second, that doesn't look right. So we want to make sure that we get far enough along in the analysis that we feel comfortable before we start publishing a full set of data and assumptions for for consideration. And certainly I will say that regardless, as we get into the IRP hearings, that information will be disclosed and available to interveners in that process that are willing to sign NDAs, et cetera, to acquire our underlying database from Encompass.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So let's keep going. Done with batteries. Onshore
Well,
wind resources.
Done,
Go ahead.
done with batteries for now. I'm sure.
For now, that's fine. We're just waiting on the questions to flow in. Onshore wind resource options. We feel like we have a pretty good handle on onshore wind. We're going to utilize the same approach that we're talking about utilizing for the solar. We'll be looking at a levelized cost of energy for for wind, onshore wind, based upon an approach similar to what NREL's doing through their ATB process. Again, what you see here in the chart is what we're currently anticipating the numbers to be based upon utilizing NREL based assumptions. The one nuance here is the onshore wind relies upon a production tax credit instead of an investment tax credit typically for developers. So that is one minor nuance. They're both provide tax benefits to the developer, but wind's been around a bit longer, and with a higher capacity factor on the assets, typically they tend to lean toward the production tax credit instead of the investment tax credit. It's just one minor nuance. We're looking at modeling wind assets with a 30-year life. And we will be updating it just like we are for the solar and the batteries based upon the 2022 ATB information once it becomes available. We're going to develop a diversified set of production profiles for the coastal areas of South Carolina. If you get too far inland, the wind profiles go down pretty quickly until you get to mountaintops in the far northern part of the state. So we're inclined to utilize the coastal areas as the likely location for wind assets in South Carolina. And we will be utilizing, while the wind assets have not been simulated by Astrape, in the Elcc and integration studies that they've prepared. We will rely upon those studies, and we'll also look at industry research and data to develop some assumptions for the Elcc and the cost of integration specific to our local service area.
And so I just thought I would clarify, but the implication is you're really just looking at wind located in South Carolina?
Correct. Yeah, Stuart, once you get a transmission wheel away, many times the value of the wind or other renewable assets is significantly diminished. So that having it directly intertied to your transmission system is of significant value to valuing those assets.
Okay, yeah, I just thought we should clarify that.
Yep. Next slide. Offshore wind resources. Much less information on this subject matter, and we're still researching. We've been working with experts in the local area that know something about this subject matter. We've still got some research to do on the availability of offshore wind leases and the timing of those and how long it takes to develop, construct, build, intertie those assets. Additionally, the NREL assumptions that are in place within the ATB assume some fairly generic costs associated with platform configurations, as well as length of interconnection for DC lines. So there's quite a bit of work that still needs to be done here to come up with assumptions. We may not sharpen our pencil to the point that this is a perfect number, but we need to get fairly close and feel like we're at least doing a credible job of comparing onshore and offshore characteristics for wind assets. So work still to be done. We hope to have something available and for our evaluation on the resource portfolios. Other technologies, we haven't mentioned hydrogen. We haven't mentioned small nuclear or modular nuclear reactors. We intend to include both of those in our evaluation if we can. Obviously, they'll be important, likely for a net zero type portfolio that we're utilizing, that we are required to evaluate as part of our portfolio, set of portfolios that we need to evaluate and encompass and file within our IRP. Hydrogen fueled resources, what we've learned thus far is that the technology is fairly advanced already. A lot of off-the-shelf combustion turbines can already burn up to 50% hydrogen today. And the vendors and manufacturers are generally assuming that with some minor improvements in burner technology and control systems, that they can burn up to 100%, and it shouldn't be unreasonable to assume that type of operating characteristics in the future. The big question for hydrogen, of course, is what's the cost of the fuel, and that's where the big uncertainty is. What is the method that's used to produce hydrogen? Obviously, we're thinking green hydrogen for a net zero configuration, which would likely assume some form of electrolysis, likely from renewable assets. So the question is how do you produce the hydrogen, at what cost, and how do you store it? Because you need that hydrogen to be available during periods of time when the sun or the wind isn't shining or blowing. So that's kind of the additional work that we need to do on the hydrogen component. Small modular and small nuclear reactors. The issue with those technologies is not necessarily that they're close to commercial available, and they likely will start to come online in the relatively near future. The issue is going to be is at what cost. And right now we're dealing with some initial, unit zero type configurations, some demonstration projects. So coming up with a price or a cost and operating characteristics for these assets, assuming standard commercial availability, is the next step. We certainly will take a stab at developing those assumptions for our evaluations and hope to have them included at least for some portfolios. It likely will be costed out for some of the more traditional portfolios, but definitely under a net zero, they could provide some fairly important sources of generation within that portfolio. So we're gonna switch. The next topic is really talking about the portfolio evaluation itself. So if there are any questions, I think we're gonna take a break here anyway. So
no, well, we've got a few questions to.
Okay.
So you spurred some good questions. When we back up, so Ryan asked a question about the cost of integration for solar. Is the cost of integration for solar based on Astrape going to apply to onshore and offshore wind as well?
It will not be directly the Astrape numbers, because Astrape did not evaluate the cost of integration for wind technologies. But what we intend to do is through industry research is take a look at some of those costs of integration that we're seeing for wind technologies, taking into consideration the wind characteristics that exist here in South Carolina, both onshore and offshore, and utilize the Astrape studies to help inform the development of some integration costs for those technologies that would be specific to our local service territory. I can't give you the absolute numbers right now. I can't give you, the absolute approach. I guess I'm asking you to take a leap of faith with us here that is an evaluation that can be accommodated and developing reasonable assumptions and numbers that we can utilize within the IRP.
Okay, and then so just one question from Jonathan Leaney. He said, in session 2, I believe that hydrogen was deemed purely investigational. Has that now changed, given that hydrogen is more developed than originally expected? And do these conclusions also extend to SMR, SNR resources?
I mean, we're still in an investigation phase. To the extent that we believe that we can develop credible assumptions that can be utilized within the IRP, then we intend to incorporate these technologies within the IRP study. That's probably the best way to answer that without too many words.
Okay, great. So I think we're, so the only open question is being taken care of by Chris in the back office. Why don't we go ahead and head to our break? I'm gonna propose that instead of 2:30, we just make it 15 minutes and return at 2:20, if that's acceptable to everybody. That'll give us a little bit more time this afternoon. And worst case is we finish the day a little bit earlier. So unless anybody has any objection, why don't we plan to come back and restart at 2:20 sharp. We get Bob again, so Bob gets to take a breather, get another cup of coffee, and we'll see you all back at 2:20. Thank you. All right. Hopefully we're ready to get back into the conversation. Got a little bit more to cover before we wrap up. Okay, Bob, hope you had a chance to catch your breath.
No, but we'll keep going anyway. So hello, everybody again. We're going to talk about the portfolio evaluation approach. Kind of the prior section was talking about a little more detail about assumptions that you haven't seen in the past. And now we're going to refresh some of your memory and get into a little more detail about the portfolio evaluation approach. Next slide. So just to refresh everybody's memory, we intend to use the Encompass simulation model. Encompass is a dispatch, resource optimization, mixed integer or linear programming simulation model. We can perform both long-term resource expansion as well as detailed hourly simulation of resource commitment and dispatch. And we intend to do both for this evaluation. We're going to look at multiple portfolios. Next slide, we'll be looking at a few of those different portfolios that we're anticipating evaluating. We're going to establish those portfolios under a base set of assumptions, and we'll in turn be evaluating those portfolios across multiple sensitivity assumptions for fuel prices, CO2 prices, load forecast, and DSM plans as required by code of law and the precedent established in the recent Duke and Dominion IRP proceedings or filings for their IRPs. We also note that stakeholders have asked that we consider modeling DSM programs as options within the portfolio analysis. We've considered this request. However, we are concerned that such modeling may significantly expand the scope and time required to conduct the portfolio optimization analysis. And instead, we'd ask that stakeholders allow us to continue with our plans and generally consistent with what Dominion and Duke have already done in their IRP filings also, is to model the DSM program impacts as sensitivities within their IRP optimization. That's consistent with the legislation and the precedent set in the other IRPs. But we do intend to model a range of DSM program impacts, both energy and demand impacts, as well as the cost of those DSM programs across those DSM sensitivities. So in this way, the analysis will allow the IRP to evaluate and report on incremental impacts and cost of DSM, just like we'd be able to see that same type of information as portfolios change from one portfolio to the next. We intend to prepare an IRP analysis using a study period through at least 2060. This will adhere to various requirements established by Chapter 37 of the Code of Law, which obligates Santee Cooper to evaluate portfolios with plans of at least 15 years and 20 years of reporting, and then also to evaluate a net zero emissions portfolio by 2050. Additionally, Santee Cooper intends to report portfolio cost over multiple time periods to provide an assessment of near and long-term cost of each one of the portfolios and under multiple sensitivities. I'd also like to note that we are following the recent Dominion stakeholder meetings and Dominion's recommendation that they model a more limited collection of sensitivity scenarios to help them manage the scope of their IRP analysis. While no firm decision has been made in that regard, we are considering whether we could adopt a similar approach of fewer sensitivity scenario combinations for a more limited set of sensitivities, which may allow Santee Cooper to expand the scope of the portfolio optimizations being evaluated. So when we're looking forward at how we're going to conduct this analysis, there's a trade-off between the sensitivities that need to be performed and the portfolios that can be evaluated. The smaller the number of sensitivity scenarios that need to be evaluated, the more detail and the more time and attention we can spend on portfolio optimization. So we're considering pros and cons on that and may come forward with a recommendation as we get closer to our stakeholder meeting 4. So stay tuned. We certainly will want stakeholder feedback, but we don't have a formal proposal and recommendation at this time. Next slide. Cost comparison metrics. We definitely will be looking at cost-based metrics to compare and contrast the evaluated portfolios, as well as other impacts such as environmental impacts, fuel consumed, fuel diversity, et cetera, some more quantitative and qualitative impacts on the individual portfolios. But to evaluate and compare and contrast and kind of follow the precedents that's been set by Duke and Dominion, we intend to look at present value revenue requirements of the various portfolios. We'll be looking at a mini-max regret analysis, which has been required of both Duke and Dominion by the PSC in prior proceedings. So we'll follow that same approach. We'll be looking at average customer bill impacts, and we'll be looking at these precedents or these metrics across multiple portfolios and across multiple sensitivities.
When you're looking at the bill impacts, is that going to be over the full range? Or, I mean, like, are you going to be looking at short-term and long-term bill impacts, or just a net present value of bill impacts, or are you not clear yet?
Not clear yet. To the extent that we're evaluating cost over multiple time periods as requested by the legislation, we're likely to do that. It's a not necessarily trivial, but it's a small step to do the same thing for the incremental rate impact. So it wouldn't surprise me, Stuart, if we kind of head down that path.
Yeah, it's shown up in some other jurisdictions as important to certain stakeholders. That way you get a sense of, you know, is there a long-term benefit with a big hit in the short term, or vice versa, and so on. So I think that's worthwhile to take a look.
Yeah, usually you can infer that directly from just the present value revenue requirements over multiple time periods. The difficulty gets into, it's more difficult to understand that under different sensitivities for load and DSM. So,
right.
Okay, under advisement. Thanks for your feedback, Stuart. Next slide. There we go. Thank you. So the resource portfolios to be studied. We got feedback from stakeholders, so we've expanded our list of options here to evaluate. We're going to look at multiple resource portfolios to be studied and optimized within the IRP, and of course we'll evaluate these portfolios across the multiple sensitivities. In identifying the portfolios to be evaluated, we listened to comments provided by stakeholders and expanded our portfolios for evaluating coal retirements and limits on the types of resources that can be added. So portfolios to model will include an economically optimized resource plan, essentially no restrictions or constraints on any given resource type or option that can be selected, purely driving to a least cost type of an arrangement. Based upon feedback we received from stakeholders, we're going to look at multiple coal retirement configurations. We're looking at We're still looking at evaluating Winya as a 2020, end of 2028 retirement. So we'll be looking at multiple plans for retiring the additional cross resources or cross facility. We'll be looking at multiple timings for those, for the cross resources, and looking at strategies that could potentially avoid ELG cost. So we'll, based on recommendations from stakeholders, we'll be looking at a couple different configurations and timing for the coal resources. Based upon feedback we received from stakeholders, we're going to look at an environmentally constrained portfolio. This portfolio would assume, again, retiring coal as early as possible and adding no new fossil resources. So, you know, we're liable to see this same type of expansion plan under a net zero plan in order to achieve net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. But under this plan, we'll specifically restrict the portfolio so that no fossil-based assets can be installed as we begin to retire the existing coal assets. We'll only be able to replace with renewable assets. And then, of course, the one required by legislation is a resource plan that achieves net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. Next slide. So a little bit more about the net zero case, because it's probably the more interesting one to evaluate. Our intent on this is to model a mass-based target to achieve certain CO2 emission reductions by certain dates. And we're going to look at a 70% reduction by 2030. And we'll be modeling CO2 offsets to achieve full net zero emissions by 2050. We haven't decided upon the specific, we still have some research left to do on the specific quantity of net offsets that we're going to allow by 2050. But, you know, current thought is we're probably in the 10th percentile range to assume that we could utilize certain types of offsets to achieve our net zero target by that 2050 timeframe. Offsets could be derived from technologies such as atmospheric carbon capture, offsets for electric vehicle implementation, reforestation, and renewable energy credits. But again, we're trying to constrain the amount of offsets that are being simulated to that 10th percentile range so that we aren't essentially leaning on offsets too heavily. To meet technology additions that we need to in order to achieve a net zero target, we're going to look obviously at renewable resources, incremental energy efficiency and distributed generation resources, renewable fuel, such as hydrogen and renewable natural gas, and carbon capture technologies for new generating assets. Next slide.
So Bob, Ben Pfeffer's got a question. Will Santee Cooper's coal retirement evaluations include both hard-coded and model optimized coal retirement dates?
So for coal retirements, our intent is not to model optimized retirement dates for the assets, but to model sufficient number of coal retirement strategies. Keep in mind, we're only thinking about the cross units, so we only have one plant to consider here. We'll be able to model enough separate retirement dates and optimize the remaining resources around those coal retirement dates that we'll be able to determine the effective date or the most optimum date and timing of those coal retirements. So for instance, if we retired the coal resources in 2028, so we could avoid ELG cost, then maybe we model an earliest practical or technologically achievable retirement date, say in the mid-30s, early to mid-30s, and then we set a retirement date perhaps sometime between that earliest practical and never retired type configuration. We have essentially a curve that would allow us to establish when it really looks to be most cost effective to retire the cross-generating asset. While we aren't running an optimization within Encompass, we believe running a group of constrained or defined retirement strategies will give us exactly the same answer.
So Ben, I hope that answered your question. If not, let us know. Okay, back to you, Bob.
Okay. So under other initiatives, we got questions from stakeholders regarding capturing and incorporating within the IRP certain community impacts associated with the retirement of the Wynyard generating station. It's important to note that there are other initiatives already ongoing in Santee Cooper regarding the issue of community impacts near the Wynyard generating station. And we would invite you to get involved with that effort if you have an interest in the subject matter. At this point in time, we anticipate managing those local community impacts through that separate stakeholder process and through other programs, and to not incorporate the cost on local communities that may result from a Wynyard retirement, keeping in mind that retiring Wynyard could also have multiple benefits to the local communities due to reduced emissions. So while we are certainly interested and cognizant of the impact that retiring a Wynyard generating station may have on the local communities, we don't think it's appropriate to incorporate costs associated with Wynyard retirement from the standpoint of local tax related impacts within the IRP evaluation.
Bob, so just I want to go back a minute. So Phil Hayat of the ORS has got a follow-up question from Ben's question, also ORS. So the question is, why wouldn't you let Encompass optimize retirement dates, at least in the economically optimized case?
Well, for instance, in the scenario that I described, where we've got 4 separate timing, we run each one of those portfolios, we're allowing the model to optimize around that. Effectively, you can imagine a curve which would tell you when the optimum date would be. You'll find a minimum on that curve, if one exists, that would tell you it's most optimum to retire that unit by a date certain. So in our view, it's simpler to evaluate as these discrete scenarios, and it's just a complication that's not required to simulate a retirement option within Encompass. Evaluating retirement options are more complex for mixed integer linear programs such as Encompass. It adds complexity, time, runtime to actually run it. So we would prefer, and we think that the modeling the multiple retirement dates is going to give us exactly the same answer that we would receive if we were to run a full optimization on the retirement.
Okay.
And just so everybody's aware, it's not like we're avoiding any cost. We're certainly going to capture the costs that can be avoided from the coal retirements with regard to avoided fixed O&M and CapEx for each one of those defined retirement dates. That'll include avoided ELG costs to the extent that we can get the unit retired before 2029.
Yeah, and so Ben and Phil, if you have any follow-up on that, feel free to unmute your mics and ask or follow up with Bob.
This is Phil Hayat. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Phil.
No, I think I appreciate the answer that you just gave. I do know and understand the complexity in optimization that you're going to be going through. I don't know if you've tested it and you've discovered, challenges with Encompass and doing it. I certainly understand the thought process, but I'm not sure if my question really is right now is, have you had experience with Encompass that led you to make that decision?
No, we haven't encountered an issue that suggests that, hey, we never want to do that. It's just a function of it can get rather complex. And if you think about it, as budgets continue to evolve with regard to avoided cost associated with the asset, every time that you may modify or fine tune that budget, you'd be forced to go back and rerun that evaluation. If we can model discretely timed avoided retirement dates for the units, the rest of the data surrounding that is based upon the assumptions that we have in the model, and we can update for avoided costs specific to individual retirement dates within an ex post reporting evaluation, and we don't really have to do it and go back and rerun the model. So it's a simplifying approach that we believe will get to the same answer. If we were attempting to evaluate the retirement of multiple plants, multiple units, and the timing of those individual plants was important, and there was a relationship or an interaction between those multiple plants, we'd be more concerned with simulating an optimized retirement strategy within the model. But we believe that given the fact that we're only looking at a single generating station, that this probably will, at the end of the day, is just going to be a much simpler and less time-consuming approach.
Okay, I appreciate your answer.
One of the other things that we were looking at, and the stakeholders asked us to kind of take a look at with regard to other issues, is interacting with our neighboring utilities. Are there opportunities to jointly develop? Are there opportunities to jointly operate, et cetera? We are certainly open to those opportunities. In fact, Santee Cooper's standard approach to conducting an IRP or any form of a resource planning would be to utilize the IRP process to identify a cost-effective strategy. Once that future strategy is identified, first step is to seek out partners, to look to your neighbors to see whether the cost-effective strategy can be developed across larger groups, larger parties. Right now, we are not aware of any significant opportunities to engage in that joint development or joint operating opportunities. But it doesn't mean that we're opposed to it. We just think that an IRP, the best use of the IRP is, instead of making broad assumptions about some of those joint development might be, which could, at the end of the day, could end up being wrong assumptions. We think the better idea is to look at a cost-effective IRP plan for Santee Cooper, and then utilize the results of that plan to engage with our neighbors to see if there are some joint participation opportunities. Next slide, please. So what's next steps? We're in the process now of finalizing assumptions. And the minute we get all that done, we'll be updating our models and beginning resource optimization. We expect that this will take some time to get through this whole evaluation. You can imagine if we were to run each one of our portfolios identified, let's say that's 5, we were to run it through each one of the possible combinations of sensitivity scenarios, that's 81. Where we're into the 400 range for total number of cases that need to be run. And you can imagine that's an extremely time-consuming exercise to get through all of that. We're looking for shortcuts. We're looking for ways to get to the same answer and the same conclusions without driving ourselves crazy with the number of cases we need to run. But we aren't exactly certain, again, what our overarching portfolio of cases are yet going to look like. So we're working toward a stakeholder meeting in late fall to review our preliminary results with stakeholders. Additionally, as we mentioned throughout this presentation, there may be updates to certain sensitivities. As those updates get developed, we'll post them to the IRP website and notify, and the forum, put a notice in the forum and notify registered stakeholders that new sets of assumptions and information are prepared and available. And as we get closer to meeting number 4 in the fall, we'll make sure to notify registered stakeholders ahead of time on the anticipated date for that meeting as it gets closer. And Stuart, that's what I've got, unless there's any follow-on questions.
No, I think that's it. I know Rahul, you and Rahul, we're gonna stick around for a little bit and see if there's any questions. You know, folks, feel free to raise your hand and I'll call on you. Everybody's, you know, mics are, you've got control of your ability to unmute yourself. So if you have any questions, any comments you'd like to make, you know, feel free to raise your hand. I'll call on you, and Bob and Rahul are available to to respond to any comments or questions you got. No, I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's Baronet. I'm dyslexic, so I
No worries, Stuart.
great deal of difficulty. I really apologize.
No worries. Yeah, Board-Mate Brame here. I'm with Wartzilla. First of all, thank you for the presentation, Bob, and for coordinating Stuart. So I know, Bob, you mentioned, I think I just want to make sure I heard it right, but for kind of the more flexible resources like battery storage, recip engines, and aeroderivative turbines, despite not actually doing the sub-hourly modeling in Encompass, did you mention that you were going to do some sort of flexibility value metric, or how exactly that was going to be calculated?
Well, I can answer the first part. Yes, we're going to attempt to do that, to recognize that benefit. How? I'm not sure yet. Right now, we are not anticipating huge costs for cost of integration. So we wouldn't anticipate monstrous value for avoiding that cost of integration. But that's effectively what we want to do, is we want to make sure that when the model's considering an optimized portfolio, that it factors in the value that might be available from these flexible type resources, so that their value can be fully reflected in the optimized portfolio.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, there's another question that came in through the chat from John Brooker. When do you expect the video for this session to be available? I'll double check with Peter and Will on that while you take on the other. And is there a deadline for stakeholder responses to this session for it to be considered in the modeling?
You want to take on the first one, Stuart?
Well, I'll get our folks working on the answer to the first one. I think it's going to be a couple of weeks based on previous turnaround time, maybe a little bit sooner, but it shouldn't be any longer than that to turn around the video. And what about deadline? I'm sorry. We should have coordinated on that and anticipated that question was going to come up, and I forgot to ask you about that.
Yeah, I mean, we'd like to see your feedback soon, within the next couple of weeks, if possible. We're striving to, and we're kind of running on all engines here to try to get final assumptions updated so that we can begin some simulation and testing. I will say that hopefully it came across during this presentation that many of the assumptions we feel are pretty final at this point in time. Not to say that we won't listen to compelling discussions or feedback from the stakeholders, but we'd like some focused commentary if someone is trying to convince us to do something different than what we've already recommended through this presentation. And if those comments or recommendations could be provided in the next 2 to 3 weeks, that would certainly be appreciated.
Okay, and So the other thing, it's actually about 3 weeks to 4 weeks of looking at holiday that would be to turn around the video as well as the meeting summary. I got reminded that we do all of that as a package. And so it's with the holiday and so on, it's minimum 3, but could be 4 weeks to have that cleaned up and turned around. So Finley, you've got a question?
Hey guys, thanks for the presentation. I had a conversation with Eileen in the chat and just not quite sure I understand the process. Maybe it would help if y'all could explain it verbally. It was new to me today that I guess the proposed resource was not going to be location based. Previously, Santee Cooper's talked about significant differences in transmission costs, whether a resource may be located at Wynyard, in Fairfield County, in Dorchester County, or in Jasper County, between $350 to $750 million difference in transmission costs. How are y'all accounting for the transmission costs for these proposed resources without a specific location in mind?
Hey, Finley, this is Rahul. Bob, do you mind muting yours?
Yeah.
Let me try to address that, Finley, and to tell me if I'm not clear, I'll try again. So I think the IRP will need some pretty strong, good underlying assumption about those costs, because as you mentioned, those costs are big, so we cannot ignore those. So we'll have to make a fairly good assumption. So for even going in the pre-Act 90, whenever we did resource planning or filed an IRP, it had a portfolio of resources. Now, specifically for Vinya's retirement is what you were referencing. I think the resource that would be needed in that 2029 timeframe, these costs are significant. So we'll need a good assumption to include in the IRP. However, I think as you know, till you sign contracts and move forward, you keep doing diligence and further studies. So I think the IRP will have a resource portfolio, but it would not be committed to a site. And even in the past, as you mentioned, there are transmission spend, there is natural gas infrastructure commitments, and a lot of sites have been fairly close to each other. So I think if one significant assumption changes based on further diligence, there needs to be flexibility to adapt that path going forward. So I think the IRP will put forward a preferred portfolio of resources, but it will not, and it will have a pretty solid underlying site assumption that would make sense, but it will not make a commitment to a site unless we get to a point where we need to make that kind of a commitment. So the short answer, it will not be, those costs will not be ignored in the IRP.
So the transmission cost will not be in the
question.
So let me try to repeat that back. So the transmission cost will not be included.
Sorry, hold on, Finley, if you're saying something, I want to make sure.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Finley. Rahul, can you hear us?
Finley, I can hear you now. I think I missed what you said. Would you please repeat?
I was just trying to understand, is what you said that the transmission cost for a proposed resource would not be included when performing the analysis in the IRP?
No. I think so there are two different concepts. A proposed resource is a coordination agreement concept, and the IRP is a preferred resource portfolio. What I was saying was that the IRP, the preferred resource portfolio in the IRP will include relevant transmission costs based on the best site we would know at the time. It will not ignore those costs.
Okay. And so additionally, just one follow-on question, you mentioned the proposed shared resource and the interaction with Central. And I think your presentation, if I can look back, the capacity that y'all are looking at for your new resource options is still the full capacity for both Santee Cooper and Central's share? Or are y'all just looking for Santee Cooper's share of that capacity?
No, so the load forecast, which will be the basis for the resource planning, the IRP, is the combined system forecast. So even though, so it would plan for the combined system. So and even you know, Central could serve that opted out portion through a pooled resource, which serves the entire system. So the IRP does not consider the rate aspect of it, just what the best resource plan is for the combined system. So short answer, Finley, it will plan for the entire system without worrying about the cost allocation side of it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And Ryan?
Thanks, Stuart. Also, thanks Rahul and Bob and everyone else for being here today and taking us through this these lengthy slides. We really appreciate all the information you guys provide. I guess I have two questions. One is following onto the previous question. Can we also assume that any natural gas infrastructure upgrade costs will be incorporated in like that best proposed site or the best available site at the time, depending on whether a combined cycle or a CT or whatever the replacement resource is, if it is a natural gas resource? Will those be incorporated into the portfolio costs?
Yes, Ryan. Short answer, yes. So we would, the best site we would know based on the confluence of natural gas transmission. We'll make that best decision at the time and incorporate those costs into the plan, and then keep working on it. The diligence likely will continue till we ink some kind of deals in the future. So answer is yes.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. My other question, you guys went over your portfolio evaluation approach, and Bob made the comment like potentially trying to minimize the sensitivities. And coming from our end, one of the, I mentioned this in the chat, I just wanted to have maybe a little bit of a broader discussion. One of the downsides of minimizing sensitivities is you kind of lock yourself into maybe a couple variations, 3, 4, 5 of kind of deterministic futures, right? You kind of miss the tail risk cases, right? And that's where a lot of costs can be ascribed, and you might have a weakness in one portfolio over another. And I'm not trying to propose you guys swap everything out right now. I'm just really curious, what's the biggest limitation that you guys see in your resources, whether it's person hours or computational resources, whatever it may be, to prevent you guys from doing more of like a probabilistic or Monte Carlo simulation? And I ask because I mentioned TVA, but there's other utilities, both public or in ISOs maybe vertically integrated, etc., that do more probabilistic analysis. And I'm just curious what you guys feel is a limitation there, or has you hesitate against going there? Because I understand analysis paralysis, right? The bloat. You don't want to get caught in that. I get that, definitely.
Yeah, I'd have to suggest that even if we do head down the probabilistic approach, I think we're still on what I would describe as deterministic stochastic scenarios, where you're actually defining a set of say a selection of say 30 random draws across a group of random walks on individual variable inputs, which I've done in the past. My suggestion would be is in order to kind of meet the obligations that we're dealing with here, we're already stretched thin enough just on computational time alone. As you can imagine, in order to evaluate optimized portfolios, you've got several hours worth of runtime per optimized plan. And then you've got, several hours worth of QA, QC for each one of those, where we've got to devote actual manpower of looking at this and comparing, contrasting the other cases to make sure that what we think we're putting into the model as far as assumptions, we're getting out the back end. So my biggest concern is just total time required to get all this done. We've got a prescriptive set of underlying sensitivities that we need to model on fuel prices, load, CO2, and DSM. If you combine all those in a set number of cases and try to optimize multiple portfolios, which we're also obligated to do under the legislation, we're at a position where we could be looking at hundreds. If you try to go up to the probabilistic approach, it could even be, into the thousands or at least hundreds of optimized cases. And we're into periods of time that would take more than a year to complete the evaluation. So we've got to find a way to accommodate that within a reasonable time frame, the evaluation we're trying to get done. I hear what you're saying about the not measuring the tails, and I think it's a point well taken. So I think what we're struggling with is there a balance between the sensitivities we're evaluating and the number of optimized cases that we're evaluating. So we'd love to do more optimized portfolios because we think that provides some useful information for both decision makers as well as stakeholders in the PSC. But we are kind of hamstrung with regard to the precedent that's already set. So what I was trying to bring up is looking at what Dominion's suggested through their recent stakeholder meetings, looking at approximately a dozen or so different sensitivity scenario combinations, which should allow them some expansion of their optimization evaluations. I'm not sure how they're planning on performing their evaluation in that regard, but at least that was our first thought in looking at what they were proposing. But I also understand your interest in not accidentally eliminating a tail by not running all the sensitivities required. So it's a tough balance, and unfortunately there is no perfect answer. And until we've got craze on our desktops, it's going to be I think it's always going to be a problem. So
yeah, I appreciate your response there, Bob, and I definitely understand. I can empathize with that and the time constraints. And we're just all trying to look forward to having as robust of an analysis as possible, and where we can find that common ground. So appreciate your response. Maybe I'm just kind of opining here, but maybe it's a little bit on some of the burdensome constraints where you have to assess, XYZ, or maybe, that kind of devotes time away from doing other types of new analysis, because you always have to hit those markers. I'm not, saying whether that's good or bad. I just understand, there's some changes that could benefit that, or also you might lose things. So
I heard you and the comments that were coming in on the portfolio, or excuse me, the probabilistic analysis. And I'd love to go there, but in order to do a probabilistic evaluation in this type of model, it would require an optimization under each one of those, and that's where it can quickly get out of hand from the standpoint of time constraints.
Yeah, maybe we can think something up in the future.
Yeah, I agree. we'd be open to that dialogue. So
that's good to hear. Thank you, guys.
Okay, other questions? I know it's been a full day. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I'm ready for a nap or another cup of coffee. So, okay, well, I don't see any more questions. Thanks, Keith. I appreciate that. Keith said excellent session. I appreciate that feedback. So after the meeting's over, if something comes to mind, feel free to, if it's about the IRP, feel free to use the IRP stakeholder forum, santeecooper.com/IRP. And if there are questions or thoughts about changes to how we've been running the meeting, feel free to send them to me at stuart@vanry.com. So when we close out the meeting, a survey will pop up. So next slide, please. So just a reminder that there'll be a post-meeting survey. We really do look forward to folks' responses to that. And with that, I'll hand it to Rahul to close us out.
Thank you, Stuart. I'm not going to keep everybody here any longer, but just wanted our sincere thank you from Santee Cooper for spending so many hours of your day with us. This is very important to us, and As you can see, we are moving on from the some pretty critical phases. We are coming close to wrapping up assumptions, beginning the analytics, and your input and this discussion is very, very helpful to us. So we look forward to hearing your feedback and seeing you in the fall. And thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you, Stuart.
All right. Take care, everybody. Thank you.